UNSC questions Pakistan's terror link.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Republic TV has reached the site that has withstood intense mortar shelling from Pakistan in the past without collapsing. Locals from 7 nearby villages seek shelter in a local shrine during cross-border shelling, believing that it offers them divine protection. From the shrine, villages and a hospital in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir are clearly visible. With the line of control just 30 meters away, the shrine still bears marks from the 1971 war. Yet despite several hours of heavy shelling, it remained intact. My colleague Harsha brings you more on this.
Right now I'm reporting from atop of one of the mountains in the Poonch district. This place from where I'm reporting is the Dargah Sharif of Hazrat Sai Baba Miran Baksh, and also this place holds lot of significance as far as mortar shelling and ceasefire violation from the side of Pakistan is considered. Right now this place protects, it is believed that this place shelters and protects the natives of the almost 3 to 4 villages in this entire area. Also the shrine I'd like to show you, this is the shrine of Peer Baba Sai Miran Baksh. It is believed that whenever there is mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan at that time, almost thousands of people take here shelter. They are protected, and it is believed and it is their faith that this shrine protects them. During 1965 and 1971 war as well, there was continuous shelling from the side of Pakistan. Almost the shelling continued for 3 to 4 hours, but the shelling could not destroy or could not collapse. The shelling could not collapse this shrine of Sai Baba Miran Baksh, and that's the significance of this place, why we are here. And from atop of the mountain, if we give you the view of the forward post, because the forward post is almost 20 to 30 meters from where I'm standing on atop of a mountain. Also the POK site is clearly visible from here. I like to ask my camera person Gaurav to show you that site of POK. The yellow building which is visible on our camera, that's a hospital in the POK region, and above and near that yellow structure, the houses which are visible are the houses in the POK region. The last house in the India region is the red color structure building which is surrounded by dense trees. Also this entire complex, this entire shrine is in the area of 60 canal land. And also after this shrine, a mosque was also built here. The mosque also has the remains and the mark of the shelling which happened in 1971.
यहाँ पर पहली बार फायरिंग हुई 1965 में, तो इनका ये कहना था कि जो लोग भी अपने अपने घरों के अंदर रहेंगे और वहाँ से जो भी दुश्मन की तरफ से फायरिंग आती तो उसको ये अपने हाथ से रोकते। जो लिखा गया है कि ये इन्होंने कहा, बुजुर्गों से सुना हमने कि ये अपने हाथ से रोककर उसको वापस फेंक देते थे, जिसकी वजह से इनका हाथ काला हो गया था और इनकी मौजूदगी में किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ। उस वक्त से तमाम लोगों का विश्वास हो गया है कि ये हमारे लिए महफूज जगह है।
Almost 7 to 8 natives of the villages believe that if they come to this shrine at the time of the ceasefire violation or during the time when Pakistan starts or projects mortar shelling towards India, at that time they can take shelter here in the shrine and they will be protected and taken care by Peer Baba. That's the belief. Also through visuals, will like to show you that how this entire region looks like from atop. That's the POK which we have been stressing and showing through our camera lens. Also below there is a road, and the significance of this entire region is that through visuals that there is a gated way through which the natives of the border area or the natives who live near the LC, they have been told that between 8 to 5 they can move from the fencing and use the gated area if they have to go for any work in the city area. But after 5 the gate gets closed, and like this there are many gates towards the fence, and this is what we are trying to show to our viewers, that how this place holds significance in the heart of the natives of several Kashmiris, that they believe that when the mortar shelling will happen, the shrine will protect them. Also the remains and the mark of the shelling which happened in 1971 is here, and the marks could be seen, as told by Muhammad Yunus, who's the manager and who takes care of this Peer Baba's Mazar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Images come before my eyes, and in my own career these images have influenced me, and I'm sure in your lives as citizens these images have haunted you as well. I was very young when the Mumbai terror attacks happened, but I was old enough to read about it. I could sense the anger, but the problem was the anger was not channelized. The idea is simple of all these terrorists: kill one, frighten 10,000. That's the principle of terrorists. But what if 10,000 are responded to by 10 million? What if there is a group of Indians so loud, so passionate, who have so much belief in the country, that their collective voice is a roar that everyone, including political parties, have to respond to? That is the principal reason, the only reason driving me to launch the Nationalist Collective once again. And I'm calling upon all nationalist Indians to have the faith in the Republic Media Network, to have the faith in me to bring together the Nationalist Collective.
Amidst mass detentions of suspected terrorists in the terror operations in the valley, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti accused the centre of inflicting collective punishment on innocent civilians.
हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था, और उसी लिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसिल किया था.
Congress peddles fake news gives ammunition to Pakistan, claims PM had intel reports on impending attack. Civil defense mock drills in 244 districts. Tomorrow, students and civilians begin training in various cities. Home Secretary chairs key meeting at Ministry of Home Affairs, briefs states and officials on mock drills. Global embarrassment for Pakistan at UNSC. UNSC questions Pakistan terror link. Pakistan has violated the ceasefire in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district for the 12th consecutive time. The Indian Army responded with a befitting reply to the firing. Good afternoon, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Sucharita Kukreti. The Navyuk tunnel on the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway has emerged as a critical security point amidst rising tensions along the India-Pakistan border, following the recent Pahalgam terror attack. Currently on high alert, the area is witnessing intensified security measures, including thorough checks of all vehicles and continuous aerial surveillance. Now, this escalation comes in the wake of a broader pattern of attacks on vital infrastructure, such as the October 2024 assault on the Z-Mode tunnel by Pakistan-based terrorists. Zeenat will bring you more.
Right behind me is Navyuk tunnel. This is one of the critical junctures on Srinagar-Jammu National Highway, and we are showing you the preparedness on the ground as the tensions between India and Pakistan escalates. This is one of the important tunnels, and the security measures have been heightened, knowing that the tunnels are at the risk, because recently in October 2024 there had been an attack just near that Sonmarg Zadmohar tunnel, and my VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals from this very patch where you see the security protocols that are being followed, because in a significant security upgrade, the high-tech surveillance equipped with the cameras, long-range night vision systems, the facial recognition modules are being deployed here. This isn't just about the road safety that we are showing you on the screen. This is strategic preparedness as India steps up highway security amid growing Indo-Pakistan tension. We are seeing the high-tech measures are being adopted by the joint forces here on Kazigund tunnel, which is one of the critical links on the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway. In fact, the traffic that is plying here on the road, even the friskings is being done. The heavy trucks that are flowing, or even the light motor vehicles that ply, undergo various steps of checking.
Now, thunder cracked over the Pokhran desert as India showcased the might of its indigenous multi-barrel rocket launcher system, Pinaka. Named after the celestial bow of Lord Shiva, this DRDO-developed weapon is a blend of ancient symbolism and cutting-edge military technology. Designed for rapid deployment and devastating precision, Pinaka stands as a pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you with some very interesting news. In the deserts of Pokhran, just about a few days ago, Indian Army basically carried out a drill. Now, this military drill was extremely unique. The reason why I use the word unique is because it uses India's indigenously built Pinaka missile. It's a multi-barrel rocket launcher that has been used by the military. Interestingly, I'm given to understand that this same military drill will be exercised once again in the days to come. And this perhaps sends across a very strong message to those who have been saying that why are we really silent? Because this is a strategic silence as we understand. Now, the usage of a Pinaka, which is a multi-barrel rocket launcher, it's indigenously built, and the very fact that it's, as the word suggests, it is a convergence of our cultural heritage as well as our defense capabilities. And the fact that this is this entire multi-rocket launcher has unmatched firepower. What I'm going to essentially help you understand is the significance of the military drill itself and the usage of this multi-barrel rocket launcher. Let's begin by understanding what exactly is this missile about and why is it that the Indian Army is so very proud about. The reason number one, it's devastating capabilities, which is basically underscored by its ability to launch a salvo of about 72 rockets. And think about it, in just 44 seconds, 72 rockets that can be launched. And let's talk about the strategic depth. How far can it actually reach? And that, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually going to shock you because it can deliver up to 7 tons of explosive across enemy targets, and that to about 60 kilometers away. Now, there are other variants of it, and if you take a look about the new variants that are essentially coming up, the distance can actually go up to 200 kilometers. Now, what does it mean? You are in a striking distance of some of Pakistan's big cities, and it is well within the range of the Indian Army. Now, as far as its deployment is concerned and how it has been used by the Indian Army, we are given to understand that there are multiple efforts that are essentially being used or being done to deploy it in forward areas, and it would be essentially done to ensure that it sends across the message that this is, after all, India's indigenous rocket artillery powerhouse. And the Pinaka, which has been designed in India and developed by the DRDO along with a handful of other Indian companies, it sends across the right message to our enemies. That striking distance, they are within a striking distance. Now, as far as how it is integrated, importantly, this is a missile which is well integrated with drones, and it has got the state-of-the-art technology. It not only has been extremely popular in India, but the fact that you have countries like Armenia, which has taken interest to it. I'm given to understand that France too has basically shown an interest in the Pinaka missiles. That in itself gives you a sense of where India is exactly positioned when it comes to this very rocket launcher. And it has been extremely successful as far as this drill is concerned. This drill was carried out just about a few days ago, and once it is carried out once again, it perhaps would send across another strong message to the Pakistani army, which has been closely following every development that's taking place here. There are two contrasting images. Just about a few days ago, when Pakistan's core commanders actually met, they essentially discussed about how long can they really last if they enter into the battlefield. We are given to understand they spoke about their ammunition not lasting more than 4 days. Now, that's the understanding that many military experts essentially have. Now, contrast that with India. Just take an example of the Pinaka itself. It's undoubtedly a strategic asset that we are basically using. It's also a statement of India's Atmanirbharta, and the very fact that it also acts as a psychological deterrent. The very fact that you have been able to use this very close to the border, the very fact that you can actually use it close to the forward areas, and the way it can maneuver. Remember, one of the greatest advantage that this rocket launcher has is its ability to move around across various terrains, and that gives it a bigger edge than various other launchers. And the fact that Pakistan, if you see the way it has essentially responded right from the time the Pahalgam attack has taken place and the multiple exercises that have been carried out here in India, the Indian Navy is carrying out a drill which is not very far away from Karachi. You've had the Air Force carrying out its own drills. In fact, they have seen ghosts of Rafale have been largely seen by the Pakistanis. And now if you have the Indian Army, and with the visuals that we are just essentially putting out right now of that of Pinaka, they would be extremely worried, because your cities today become extremely vulnerable with these very missiles that are essentially being used. And that is the reason why we call the Pinaka as a complete strategic asset and the message that it sends across to the Pakistanis.
Pakistan was literally hauled over the coals at a closed meeting of the UN Security Council that was convened at its request. Now, Islamabad was left to court global shame as the UNSC members posed several tough questions on the Pahalgam terror attack, condemning the dastardly attack on April 22nd. The UNSC members demanded that Pakistan come clean on the involvement of Lashkar. Now, refusing to buy into its false flag narrative, UNSC identified Pakistan's nuke threat and missile tests as factors behind the escalating tensions along the LOC. Take a look at this report.
As India prepares for an imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan was left to rue its latest bid to raise the Kashmir issue at the United Nations. Pakistan was literally ripped to shreds at a closed meeting of the UNSC. As confirmed by the Pakistan Foreign Office in a social media post, the closed meeting was convened at its behest to discuss the deteriorating regional security due to India's alleged provocative actions. Pakistan was cornered and shamed at the UNSC as the world body posed some straight and sharp questions over the Pahalgam attack. Top sources told Republic that the UNSC members grilled Pakistan on the involvement of Lashkar in Pahalgam and demanded accountability for the attack. Condemning the Pahalgam attack in the strongest terms, the UNSC also grilled Pakistan on picking the victims on the basis of religion. The world body also listed out Pakistan's threat of a nuclear war with India and missile tests as a factor contributing to rising tensions on the international border. As Pakistan finds itself isolated and completely cornered at the UN, it is only a matter of time before every drop of blood in Pahalgam is avenged.
Now, viewers, it's been 14 days since the brutal Pahalgam killings, and the chorus is one. India must issue a strong response to the terror state. In the wake of the killings, India has stepped up its security measures and prepared its tri-services. Here's an explainer on what is next in line.
Amid rising tension between India and Pakistan post the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan has entered a visible state of anxiety and nervousness. The spike in ceasefire violations, sudden military movement, and increasingly jittery public statements suggest a leadership preparing for consequences. In contrast, India's posture has been restrained. There's no immediate retaliation, no show of force, just silence. But that silence this time feels strategic. Not if, but when. A review of key Pakistani cities shows how vulnerable the country really is when faced with precision strike capabilities like BrahMos, Rudram II, and imported standoff weapons like Scalp and Rocks. These systems allow India to target military and economic assets from hundreds of kilometers away, without crossing international borders. Start with Peshawar. Barely 130 kilometers from the line of control, it is no border town. It's the brain of Pakistan's 11 Corps, a theatre command responsible for Western operations and, more crucially, long known to provide logistical sanctuary to extremist elements operating along the Afghan frontier. A missile like the BrahMos, launched from platforms in Jammu or Leh, can strike with such precision and velocity that Peshawar's airbase or corps headquarters would be reduced to silence before an alarm could even be raised. It's widely understood that Pakistan's modern air defense platforms are disproportionately concentrated in Punjab. Cities like Peshawar, while militarily important, sit outside that protective arc. In a war scenario, trash decisions will be made, and Peshawar will likely be deemed expendable. Move southwest to Sialkot. practically on the border with India. It hosts the 15th Infantry Division, critical to Pakistan's line of control posture and a key supply node for both war and trade. And yet, its proximity makes it impossible to defend effectively. A precision strike using the ROC's air-to-surface missile deployed from Indian jets flying well within our airspace could demolish key cantonment infrastructure or ammunition stockpiles without giving Pakistan a window to react. In military calculations, Sialkot's fate would be sealed in the opening hour of conflict. What follows would be an information blackout and operational paralysis in a frontline district. Sargodha, deeper in central Punjab, poses a different kind of threat and opportunity. It houses one of Pakistan's main Air Force bases with runway facilities and shelters suspected to host part of the country's nuclear delivery platforms. The Rudram 2, with its anti-radiation capabilities, was built for exactly this scenario, to blind the radar grids, cripple communication networks, and make flying impossible before a single dogfight begins. It's likely that defenses around Sargodha exist, but military resources, even the best ones, must be rationed. And with Rawalpindi, Lahore and Islamabad competing for the same defensive umbrella, choices will be made. Strategic depth won't guarantee safety when the adversary's precision is surgical. And now let's shift the lens far south to Hyderabad in Sindh. Here lies the blind spot in Pakistan's military doctrine. A city integral to Pakistan's industrial base and supporting the Karachi command chain, it has long operated under the assumption of strategic irrelevance, too far from India, too low on the target list. That's no longer the case. The BrahMos A, launched from Indian Sukhoi 30 MKIs in Gujarat, can reach Hyderabad in under 5 minutes. With negligible anti-air defense system and no significant fighter presence, Hyderabad is defenseless against a decapitation strike. This isn't just military vulnerability. It's a strategic vacuum created by decades-long concentration of defense investment elsewhere. And then comes Karachi, the jewel and the jugular. A sprawling megacity, it is the backbone of Pakistan's economy and the nerve center of its naval operations. A conventional strike by an Agni-2 ballistic missile, equipped with a non-nuclear payload but enough raw power to devastate shipyards or command installations, could rip through Karachi's military infrastructure and financial nerve centers in one blow. Pakistan's defenses in Karachi, though more robust than elsewhere, are scattered and thinly stretched. And the question that haunts every command room is simple. If war breaks out across multiple theatres, who gets priority? The answer isn't always Karachi. Put together, the pattern is clear. Pakistan's defences are built to shield Punjab. Cities in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Sindh, despite their economic and military value, are left with minimal protection. India, on the other hand, had spent years acquiring the capability to strike deep and fast. If a larger response is ordered, it won't just be across the line of control. It will be calibrated, long range, and designed to hurt where it matters most. What happens next depends on what Pakistan does next. But the strategic picture is already tilted. For now, India waits, Pakistan watches, and its cities lie exposed.
Now, moving on, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has questioned the government over its handling of security in Jammu and Kashmir, suggesting that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had received intelligence warnings 3 days prior to the recent terror attack and subsequently cancelled his visit to the region. Now, Kharge pointed out that if central agencies deemed the situation too dangerous for the Prime Minister, the same level of urgency should have been communicated to protect civilians.
ये भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिला और कहीं पेपर में भी आए हैं, लिखे हैं कि 3 दिन पहले ही, हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था और उसीलिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसल किया था। ये मैं एक पेपर में पढ़ा। जब इंटेलिजेंस लोग आपकी रक्षा के लिए ये कहते हैं आप जाना मुनासिब नहीं है, तो आप वही बात अपने इंटेलिजेंस लोगों को, सिक्योरिटी को, वहां के पुलिस को, वहां के बॉर्डर फोर्स को आपने क्यों नहीं इत्तला दिया और क्यों ये सुरक्षित लोगों का सुरक्षितपन क्यों नहीं किया?
Now, the BJP, meanwhile, has hit out at the Congress over their fresh cover fire to terror state Pakistan. Listen in.
Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, today has made treacherous statements similar to a modern day Mir Jafar, and his toxic, baseless, unfounded rant against Honorable Prime Minister is most deplorable and condemnable, and Mr. Kharge's remarks are unpardonable, indefensible and cannot be forgiven. The whole nation is appalled at the way in which the Congress President has made these preposterous remarks, and everybody demands an unconditional apology from Mr. Kharge, and he should also come clean on what kind of inputs he has received to make such outrageous remarks.
In the volatile terrain of Jammu and Kashmir, where every patrol carries risk, technology is becoming the new frontline ally. On the Srinagar-Jammu National Highway, the J&K police have deployed advanced surveillance tools to enhance counter-terror operations. Take a look.
On the high-risk Srinagar-Jammu National Highway, security measures are evolving rapidly. Jammu and Kashmir police are now deploying advanced surveillance devices to boost counter-terror operations and safeguard personnel. These devices can detect body heat in total darkness, through fog, or even behind dense cover, making them a powerful asset during night operations and search missions.
This is thermal wall detector. Detects movements or heat signatures behind walls or solid surfaces. Then we have the handheld thermal imager. Detects body heat and displays thermal signatures even in the tool darkest. Helps locate hidden persons, used for night patrolling, parameter security and tracking movement in dense areas. Then this is the optical fiber scope, a flexible camera. This is equipped to use to see into confined or hidden spaces, allow security personnel to detect or to inspect behind walls. It's a critical during hostage rescue or clearing suspicious hideouts. Helps confirm the presence of threats before entering into a particular space.
They allow personnel to scan hidden or confined spaces such as alleyways, culverts, or under vehicles without exposing themselves to direct danger. The enhanced capability reduces the chances of ambush, giving troops better situational awareness and a tactical edge during routine patrols. In a terrain where every step must be measured and every movement watched, these tools are helping redefine both safety and strategy on the front lines.
Now, ahead of India's imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, civil defense mock drills were underway across the country to help citizens stay safe in the event of the enemy air raids. The students of a school in the forward area of Jammu's Aranya sector were also taken through emergency response and evacuation drills. Similar drills were underway at multiple other locations across the country.
कल देश में ये आवाज आपको देश के हर एक कोने कोने तक गूंजती हुई नजर आएगी। दरअसल ये वो तमाम सायरन हैं जो कल देश भर के कोने कोने में जिनकी आवाजें आपको सुनने को मिल सकती हैं, क्योंकि कल मॉक ड्रिल होगी देश भर में सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर। और भारत और पाकिस्तान से इस वक्त की जो स्थितियां हैं, उन स्थितियों में कैसे देश के नागरिकों को सुरक्षित रखा जाए, उसके मद्देनजर अब मॉक ड्रिल की तैयारी पूरी हो चुकी है। आप देखिएगा, हम इस वक्त जैसलमेर में सिविल डिफेंस के ऑफिस में और ये तमाम सायरन है जो एक बार बजाकर हमारे दर्शकों को सुनाइए ताकि वो भी ये समझ सके कि कल कैसी आवाजें उनको सुनने को मिलेंगी। की वो आवाज जो कल पूरे देश में आपको सुनने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि इस सायरन के जरिए आम जनता को अलर्ट पर रखा जाएगा और उन्हें यह बताया जाएगा कि अगर युद्ध जैसे हालात और हालात उनके इलाके में बिगड़ते हैं तो अपना बचाव कैसे करना है। एक बार आप इन तस्वीरों को देखिएगा, यहां पर वो तमाम सामान आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे जो आम जनजीवन को इन हालातों में बचाने के लिए काफी हैं। यहां पर आपको लंबी रस्सी नजर आ रही होगी, हेलमेट और लाइफ जैकेट समेत, ये हॉर्न, और आप देखिएगा यहां पर ये ड्रोन के जरिए भी इन तमाम इलाकों में निगरानी रखी जाएगी कि कैसे देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा करनी है। मैं आप ही से बात करना चाहूंगा, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम गजन सिंह है।
अच्छा गजन जी, ये सायरन जो आप बजा रहे हैं अभी, इसकी रेंज कितनी है और ये कहां कहां पर डिप्लॉय किए जाएंगे?
1 किलोमीटर तक इसकी आवाज जाती है, बहुत लंबी लंबी दूर तक जाती है इसकी।
1 किलोमीटर, अगर ओपन एरिया है तो 1 किलोमीटर
उधर जाएगी,
काफी दूर तक आवाज जाती है। कितने ये सायरन है आपके पास?
अभी तो 4-5 है।
4-5 हैं और भी मंगाए गए हैं आप लोगों की तरफ से। ये जो ड्रोन है आपके हाथ में, इसकी रेंज क्या है?
इसकी रेंज तो लगभग इसकी 2 से 3 किलोमीटर रेंज है।
हवा में
1000 मीटर तक ऊपर जाता है।
1000 ऊपर जाता है और कवर
2-3 किलोमीटर कवर कर देता है।
करेगा। तो इसका रिहर्सल आप लोग कर चुके हैं?
यस सर,
रिहर्सल हो चुका है पूरा। तो देखिए ये ड्रोन है और इस ड्रोन का रिहर्सल हो चुका है। ये सायरन है, इन सायरनों का लगातार रिहर्सल, एक बार बजा दीजिएगा जरा इसको प्लीज। ये सायरन है, इसका भी लगातार रिहर्सल जो है वो ये लोग करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, ताकि कल अगर स्थितियां मॉक ड्रिल को लेकर सामान्य रहती हैं तो कैसे लोगों को यह बताना है कि वो अपने आप को जागरूक रखें और वो अपने आप को इस सायरन की आवाज के बजते ही सुरक्षित स्थानों पर लेकर जाएं।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Simmering dissent in Islamabad and outright rebellion in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan. That's the situation of Pakistan as India prepares to launch its military response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Dire straits, literally, in Pakistan. That's going to be our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Uprising in Balochistan, Pakistan army attacked in the province, casualties feared. Open rebellion in Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa cleric in Islamabad declares revolt against Pakistan army. Meanwhile, Pakistani politician exposes his country, says the country must take war with India a little more seriously. India strikes down on terror, but Mehbooba Mufti fights for OGWs, calls them innocent. A Congress peddles fake news, gives ammunition to Pakistan, claims Prime Minister had intel report on impending attack. Pakistan rebuked at the United Nations Security Council over Pahalgam attack. Members reject false flag narrative, call missile tests escalatory.
And very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and this is Raksha Mishra reporting from Srinagar. Viewers, now PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti once again has displayed sympathies for the terrorists. Now this time she has written a letter. She has gone on to write a letter to the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, about how innocent Kashmiris are being there's a sweeping and an indiscriminate crackdown pointing to hundreds of people who have been detained or booked under the UAP. Remember, viewers, the agencies and the forces are right now cracking down on the entire terror network that exists in Kashmir. But Mehbooba Mufti continues with her sympathies for the terrorists, those supporting terrorism on Indian soil. She has written to the Lieutenant Governor saying the security agency's response to the Pahalgam attack has appeared to be a sweeping and indiscriminate crackdown, pointing to hundreds being detained or booked under the stringent Public Security Act. So this is the latest update we have right now as we speak. And Mehbooba Mufti, of course, has also, we saw that yesterday she was in Pahalgam. She has made similar statements about those terrorists the terrorists Mufti. Zina joins us live on the broadcast. From Zina, tell us more. Mehbooba Mufti once again sympathizing with the terrorists. Now she even goes on to write a letter to the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor, calling it an indiscriminate action.
Mufti has criticized the security forces on the ground who have been dealing with the challenges to crack the case of Pahalgam attack in which 26 people lost their life. Mehbooba has written a letter to LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, asking that these kind of raids and the searches should be stopped, and this is seen more like a collective punishment and rather focus on the investigation and don't derail from the process. And she has also criticized security forces. She also said some 3,000 people have been detained, and also 100 PSA have been invoked against the people of Kashmir. She has asked to stop this more immediately. She also mentioned about the way the Kashmiri people, the locals of Pahalgam, helped during the evacuation process in Baisaran Valley, in which a number of people lost their life, and there 17 people who were injured were also evacuated by the locals of Pahalgam. She said that this is just the kind of bloodshed that has been carried by the terrorists. She condemned it, but again she is raising the fingers towards the security forces who are maintaining the ground or who are dealing with the challenges of the cross-border terrorism that is quite witnessed in Jammu and Kashmir. Every day the security forces have to undergo into 24/7 drill where they have to deal with a lot of challenges of the terrorist movements and the OGW movement and all other things. But despite that, the Mufti is not able to see the work that is being done by the security forces. Rather, she is once again questioning the security forces, the joint agencies, about their move, why they are taking people into the custody or into the detention. Why the questioning is going on? Because they are the ones who were the part of the evacuation process, and she has requested the LG to stop this immediately because it was Kashmiri who have raised their voice against the terrorism in the Jammu and Kashmir. First time the people have come openly denouncing the terrorism by carrying the protest march and denouncing it openly. She has said that it is a Kashmiri who has been the part of Amarnath Yatra process. They have been the service providers during the entire Amarnath Yatra, and this time she has knocked the LG administration, the doors of the LG Manoj Sinha, so that this kind of detention or the search be stopped. But the question is again, is Mehbooba taking the side of the terrorists or the terrorist sympathizers, or she really takes the side of those who have lost their life in the terror attack that has taken place on 22nd of April in Baisaran village of Pahalgam's Anantnag.
In fact, we have Yes, Mehbooba Mufti also, of course, has spoken about she has written about the policy of punitive measures that have been taken against who she calls innocent. We will just take a listen into what exactly she said.
जो कश्मीरियों ने इस बार पूरा दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ एक कदम उठाया और मुल्क के साथ जुड़े हैं, आप भी खुदा के लिए इसको एक मौका समझ के इसका फायदा उठाइए। अगर वो एक कदम बढ़ते हैं, आप 2 कदम बढ़ाइए। ये पकड़ दकड़, ये लाशें दरिया से एनकाउंटर के नाम पे लाशें कश्मीरियों को देना बंद कर दीजिए। और मेरी ये भी डिमांड है लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब से, जो बांडीपोरा में हादसा हुआ, बहुत गरीब है, उनके घर में खाने के लाले, बेचारा मिलिटेंट नहीं था। आप किसी को भी OGW का नाम देके उसको कत्ल करोगे क्या? कल जो आपने इम्तियाज को उधर मार दिया, वो भी बहुत गरीब है। जब तक आप उसकी इंक्वायरी करेगी, कम से कम इन फैमिलीज को कंपनसेशन मिलना चाहिए। ये सब कश्मीरी, ये दहशतगर्द नहीं है, ये मिलिटेंट नहीं है, ये आपके साथ चलना चाहते हैं, शाना बशाना चलना चाहते हैं। अब हादसा वो इनके हाथ में तो नहीं था बेचारों के, ये क्या कर सकते थे?
All right, viewers. So that was Mehbooba Mufti, of course, who continues to sympathize. It's not the first time, viewers. Mehbooba Mufti has had a history of, visiting the terrorists' residences. She has shed tears for the terrorists in the past as well. For those. In fact, we have former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Kavinder Gupta, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Gupta, Ms. Mufti is at it again. We see as India is fighting against terror. 26 innocent Indian lives have been lost, and Mehbooba Mufti is only preoccupied. She's so much occupied with trying to shed tears for those who have bled India, and she now even goes on to write to the Lieutenant Governor calling to stop this crackdown, the dismantling of the terror outfits and the terror network.
देखिए, महबूबा मुफ्ती और पीडीपी का शुरू से एजेंडा यही रहा है कि ये हमेशा से मिलिटेंट्स की सपोर्ट करती है, हमेशा से उनके पीछे खड़े रहे हैं, तो इनसे यही उम्मीद की जाती है। लेकिन जब मिलिटेंट कोई मरता है तो उसके घरों में इनका आना जाना होता है, वहाँ झूठा रोना डाल देते हैं, और जब भी कोई एंटी नेशनल एलिमेंट को सरकार से नौकरी से निकाला जाता है या उस पर कोई एक्शन होता है तो इनको तकलीफ होनी शुरू हो जाती है। यही लोग थे जो कभी ड्यूल करेंसी की बात करते थे, ये जो सेल्फ रूल की बात करते थे, और पाकिस्तान के साथ बातचीत करने की हमेशा से वकालत करते हैं। पाकिस्तान अभी इस संकट काल में इनको कम से कम सोचना चाहिए, ये इन पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की दुकानदारी इसी से चलती है, तभी लोगों ने इनको नकारा है, तो आज ये हाशिए पर पहुंच गए हैं और कहीं ये दिखाई नहीं देते। आने वाले समय में जो महबूबा मुफ्ती की पॉलिटिक्स है यहाँ पर चलने वाली नहीं है, लोग भी समझने लगे हैं और लोगों में चेंज आई है। लोगों ने अब देखा है कि मोदी जी की सरकार के समय में काफी अंतर आया है। ठीक है, इस पर ये जो घटना हुई है ये भी एक टर्निंग पॉइंट है, और इस टर्निंग पॉइंट के बाद कुछ बड़ा एक्शन होने के बाद कश्मीर दोबारा इस प्रकार से ना हो, 0 टॉलरेंस की जो नीति चल रही है उससे बेहतर होगा, ऐसा लगता है।
राइट गुप्ता जी, एक और चीज़ बताइए हमको कि जिस तरह से बड़ा ज़रूरी हो गया यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं सरकार किस तरह से जो ये नैरेटिव है, जो एक तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि यहीं से भी कई बार जिस तरह से देखते हैं कुछ सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट्स हैं उन पर भी कार्रवाई हो रही है, लेकिन जो ये नेता होते हैं जिस हम देखते हैं कि किस तरह से इन लोगों के पास एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए कि वो इस वक्त पे, ऐसे वक्त पे, इतने संजीदा वक्त में किस तरह के बयान देते हैं, ये बड़ा ज़रूरी हो जाता है। क्या इनका भी, इनकी तरफ भी एक तरह से जवाब देना चाहिए? क्या इनको भी एक लगाम कसनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही सेंसिटिव टाइम है भारत के लिए, जब भारत इन तरह की ताकतों से, इन ताकतों के विरुद्ध लड़ाई कर रहा है। हमारे जवान जो हैं वो मैदान में हैं, वो बॉर्डर एरिया में हैं और हर संभव प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि कैसे इन आतंकियों का मुकाबला किया जाए। लेकिन इन तरह के जो लीडर्स हैं कश्मीर घाटी में, हमने बहुत बार देखे हैं ऐसे बयान देते आए हैं, इनका इलाज क्या हो सकता है?
देखिए, इनको बिल्कुल इन पर चेक लगाना होगा। ये कहीं ना कहीं उनके साथ मिले रहते हैं, उसी का परिणाम है कि ये उनके लिए बोलते हैं, उनकी वकालत करते हैं। तो खास करके संकट काल में ठीक है, ये जो लोकतंत्र में सभी को बोलने का हक है, लेकिन कंट्री के खिलाफ बोलने का, हमारे सुरक्षा बलों के खिलाफ जाने का, या जो कोई अगर वो एक्शन करते हैं, कई यहाँ पर लोग शहीद हुए हैं, इनको मैं कहना चाहता हूँ एक दिन अपनी सिक्योरिटी पे छोड़ करके देखिए। जो सुरक्षा बल आपके साथ हमेशा से खड़े रहते हैं, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि जिंदगी की कीमत क्या होती है। तो बिल्कुल इस प्रकार की जो किसी न किसी लिमिटेशन बनाने की जरूरत है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए कविंदर गुप्ता जी। वी हैव सम मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कमिंग इन राइट नाउ व्यूअर्स। वी हैव नाउ द update. In fact, this is a reaction from Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president. Now viewers, we've seen how the Congress has continued to play into the hands of Pakistan. We've seen how it has towed the Pakistan line. Pakistan has used the comments of Congress leaders time and again. Now, in the latest, Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge has said that there was an intel report that he read about in the papers, that there was intel. There was an input before Prime Minister's 3 days before Prime Minister's visit to Kashmir, and this was before the attack. But he questions that why weren't the public informed about it. This is the claim made by, without any evidence, by Mallikarjun Kharge. Listen in.
इंफॉर्मेशन मिला और कहीं पेपर में भी आए हैं, लिखे हैं कि 3 दिन पहले ही, हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था और उसी लिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसल किया था। ये मैं एक पेपर में पढ़ा। जब इंटेलिजेंस लोग आपकी रक्षा के लिए ये कहते हैं आप जाना मुनासिब नहीं है, तो आप वही बात अपने इंटेलिजेंस लोगों को, सिक्योरिटी को, वहां के पुलिस को, वहां के बॉर्डर फोर्स को आपने क्यों नहीं इत्तला दिया और क्यों ये सुरक्षित लोगों का सुरक्षितपन क्यों नहीं किया? ये भी इंफॉर्मेशन मिला और कहीं पेपर में भी आए हैं, लिखे हैं कि 3 दिन पहले ही, हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था और उसी लिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसल किया था। ये मैं एक पेपर में पढ़ा। जब इंटेलिजेंस लोग आप
All right, while the politics of course continues, but we have our defense forces that are fully ready to strike back. The revenge is coming, viewers, and we have our very own war room in our Republic News headquarters. My colleague and senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us right from the war room. Let's go across to him.
Thank you so much, Rakshita. The revenge, of course, is coming, but we still see some voices and noises within the country trying to demoralize our forces as they prepare for that revenge attack. In this War Room edition today, we have Captain Shyam Kumar, retired from the Indian Navy, with us, as also we have Group Captain D.K. Pandey. Welcome, sir. And we have Wing Commander U.K. Devnath with us. Of course, our known faces who dissect and analyze the developments of the day when it comes to the war front, the preparations, what's happening in Pakistan. I want to begin with you, Mr. Devnath. The kind of comments that we are seeing coming in. We have Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge saying, oh, there was intelligence, Prime Minister should have informed. You think those kind of comments really affect the morale of our forces in any manner? They say, okay, fine, we are not bothered about this politics, we're just focusing on our target.
I must tell you, we are trained to ignore all small irritants. We are trained to concentrate on enemy. We will fire, shoot down the enemy, and then again we will take next enemy and shoot him down too. All these small things are beyond our zone. Our radar does not lock onto such irritants, environmental problems. But my request, being an ex-warrior, I was a fighter pilot, my request is that probably time now is that all political parties, irrespective of their political hues, should stand solidly behind Government of India, behind armed forces. And probably they can avoid these small irritants, deviations, which in fact are aiding Pakistan.
Right.
If you see Pakistan media, they are making your mistake.
Right.
They increased 10,000 times.
Right.
And then they are making cartoon out of your that bite.
That's very bad. That's very bad.
And in armed forces don't appreciate such small gustakis.
We absolutely don't appreciate. Even the nation does not appreciate. And we stand with forces. And a message has to go that these kind of shenanigans to demoralize our armed forces is not going to be tolerated. Let me come to our group captain, Mr. Pandey, and our captain from the Navy, Mr. Kumar. Sir, we saw earlier in the day a video coming out from the Pakistani side trying to show that they have captured on their radars an Indian Navy surveillance aircraft, P-8I or Poseidon. You think this really means anything? Or maybe, so we were also playing some mind games with them? You first, sir.
The biggest thing is when you go for war, or rather you're planning for going offensive, these are the few tidbits which you apply so that morale of the enemy is affected. And these are and we rather in Air Force, we are already trained, all three services, we are mentally prepared for these type of irritants. As Gupi Devnath also mentioned, the requirement is we should be putting our 100% because there are no retakes in war. And if you're giving chance to an enemy, definitely he's looking for that. So we don't allow that, and so we practice so much. So that is the reason why the mock drill which is planned. We want to practice in such a way there is no failure, there is no scope of failure, and any the strategies which is followed by enemy to affect our morale. And remember, the war is not fought by only uniformed people. It is fought by whole country. Absolutely. Even you as a normal person, you may be teacher, you may be shopkeeper, you may be normal citizen of the country, you are equally contributing in the war waging capabilities. Your morale should be also high. So all these political comments, people humbly I want to request that please be very, very careful what you are saying, because it is affecting the whole country.
Right.
Forces are definitely, we are mentally prepared for these things, but what about the common man?
Right.
He may think otherwise. So time is to be together, because now we should put a clear message to enemy that we are one and we are coming in very big way, which you won't be able to tolerate.
Absolutely. Captain Kumar, you think it's our mind games that surveillance aircraft was going, and just to tease them, just to sort of challenge their the Pakistanis, and to see their preparedness also?
Firstly, just to add on to these points which was discussed. This gentleman who said that there was an intelligence failure and Prime Minister was supposed to go and 3 days back, and he was aware of this. That is one. But the same gentleman has also said later that presently the country is supreme. As I see the hoardings around, says Rashtra Sarvopari in Republic's
Of course,
views.
it's
So he
always
also
that.
said so.
It's always that for us. That's our motto.
Yes, so-
Nation first, no compromise.
Yes.
Soldier first, no compromise.
Yes, so this gentleman had said so, that so I appreciate that. And at the same time, from the same party, Kerala MP has very clearly said about 5 days back that this is not the time to talk about that. Coming to the P8I, which you asked.
Quickly, sir.
Yes, about this. You see, the aircraft was on a deception mode. It was an international route, and it was actually showing its presence, and that is how it was picked up on
Obviously,
flight
the
radar 24.
Pakistanis are getting excited
And
about
it's
nothing.
operational success for us. Actually, it's a deceptive measure. It's a very high potent aircraft, false multiplier for the Navy.
Sure.
It's a long range maritime patrol aircraft, Boeing 737.
So they got carried away by our own deception. That's what the truth about this Pakistani video is. On that note, I go back to Rakshita there on the ground for a bit, then I come back again to the war room. Rakshita, over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, and our defense experts, of course. We was now here on Ground Zero. We're tracking each and every development, how our forces continue to fight terror and continue with the preparedness. Now, viewers, amid heightened security, the Jammu and Kashmir police have in fact deployed a high-tech command vehicle along the Jammu-Srinagar highway. My colleague Zeenat is on Ground Zero, and she gets us this report from the mobile fortress.
Rolling through the tense Kazigan stretch, the Jammu and Kashmir Police's command vehicle stands out not just in size but in purpose. Positioned strategically on the Jammu-Srinagar highway, this high-mobility armored unit is built to withstand both bullets and blasts. What makes it lethal is its multiple firing ports and a roof hatch that ensure rapid engagement if needed, without exposing personnel to direct fire. From the inside, the vehicle is a tactical nerve center fitted with night vision systems, GPS tracking, and secure communication channels for real-time coordination.
Showing you the visuals from this very vehicle that plays a critical role in the high-risk operations across the Kashmir Valley. This vehicle is built to withstand bullets and grenade attacks, keeping our frontier personnel safe during the counter-terror ops and raids in volatile Kashmir Valley. Equipped with firing ports, a top hatch for armed retaliation and advanced surveillance, tools like night vision and GPS tracking. This is more than just transport. It's a mobile command post. Right now it's on the patrol duty in a sensitive locations like Srinagar Jammu National Highway, and this is a Kazigund, which is a critical juncture, ready to respond within minutes to any potential threat. As there is an escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan, we see these vehicles on the standby mode, and in fact the visuals that we beam also tells you how the surveillance is being done while being inside the vehicle. This is one of the such visuals where you see the monitoring is being done, the kind of equipments that it has, from fixed bullet cameras, PTZ cameras, to pneumatic mast, and similarly a thorough walled radar, the remotely piloted vehicle. All this is inside this vehicle. This is more like a bulletproof vehicle, which is this vehicle, this fortress is on the wheels, that tells you that how the operations are done and also how you carry the patrol duties.
From surveillance to rapid response, this command vehicle is more than transport. It's a mobile fortress built for the battlefield. On roads shadowed by uncertainty, this is how the Jammu and Kashmir police are reinforcing control mile by mile, mission by mission.
Ms. Mufti has written a letter to LG of Jammu and Kashmir seeking his intervention to release the youth who have been arrested by the J&K police in connection with the Baisaran attack case. As per Mufti, the 300 people have been detained and also 100 PSA have been slapped so far. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Welcome back, friends. Pakistan is in a state of disarray. Its politicians are running out of parliament. Its Maulanas are asking its people not to stand with Pakistan army. And yet, in India, we have some politicians led by the grand old party, the Congress, taking on our own forces, demoralizing them. In this case, Mallikarjun Kharge even targeting the Prime Minister. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Uprising in Balochistan, Pakistan army attacked in the province, casualties feared. Open rebellion in Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa cleric in Islamabad declares revolt against its army.
तो आज एक खास सोच के साथ आए थे, एक खास जज्बे के साथ आए थे। हमने डिस्कस करना था इस सारी सूरत हाल को, लेकिन किसको सुनाया? तो इसलिए मैं कम से कम ऐवान से जाना चाहता हूं और इस ऐवान का वजीर हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाहता।
Meanwhile, Pakistani politician exposes its own army, says the country must take war with India a little more seriously. India strikes down on terror, but Mehbooba Mufti fights for OGWs, calls them innocent. Congress peddles fake news, gives ammunition to Pak, claims Prime Minister had prior intelligence about the Pahalgam attack. Pakistan rebuked at the UNSC over Pahalgam. Members reject false flag narrative, call missile tests escalatory. Well, let's begin with a breaking news development coming in. A suspicious individual has been apprehended during a combing operation in the Basran Valley forest. Suspect is identified as Ahmed Bilal. He was found wearing a bullet. He was doing that at the time of capture. Bilal gave evasive and unclear answers to the forces during questioning. He failed to explain the source of the bulletproof jacket also. Security personnel have handed Bilal over to police for mental health evaluation. These are pictures of Bilal. He was wearing not a bulletproof jacket, but a bulletproof jacket cover, and he could not explain from where he procured that or got it, and seems not able to explain what he was doing there. For more on this, let's go to Zeenat Zishan, our bureau chief in Srinagar, for more. Zeenat, what are the antecedents? Have the forces been able to understand what this man was up to? What are his connections? Why he has been apprehended?
See, Abhishek, there was a combing operation going on for the last 15 days, and finally they have zeroed in on a person who was found wearing this bulletproof jacket. And when he was asked about the source from where he got this jacket, he could not answer clearly. There have been some mystery in his answers, so he was questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police, CRPF and army, and finally the CRPF has handed over and joint forces and handed over the case to Jammu and Kashmir police, because being a local police, they deal with all kind of cases. The answers were quite unclear as far as the bulletproof vehicle was bulletproof jacket was concerned, and how he reached to that ridge, that he could not answer. Now JKP has taken over the case. There are certain reports that either he is an unstable person, mentally challenged person, or he is pretending to be like this, as the security forces are continuing the combing operations in the Hapatnat and the other ridges of the Anantnag forest belt, where you get connected with the Baisaran Valley. The combing operations are going on for the last 15 days, more than 15 days now, and today they have found one man who was wearing this bulletproof jacket. He was staying in the forest belt, and finally he was arrested, he was detained, he was questioned. Multiple questions were thrown at him, but he could hardly answer. Finally the case has been, and the person has been handed over to Jammu and Kashmir police. He has been handed over to Anantnag concerned police station of Pahalgam, where he is presently lodged, and the police is investigating as far as this person, who as present has been identified as Bilal Ahmed.
Right, identified as Bilal, and the police, according to you, is trying to ascertain his mental condition, Zeenat. But is he a local? Is he from that same area? Like, have the police been able to locate from where he comes and his family, etc.? Have they connected with this person's family?
He's a local Kashmiri man, and about his particulars, we are just waiting to get more confirmation from the Jammu and Kashmir police, but they have found him. He was located during the combing operations in Anantnag, and he was asked certain questions as far as the BP jacket is concerned. They are yet to get further details from him, whether he's an unstable man or pretending to be. More clarity will come from the Jammu and Kashmir police once they lay their hand on more details.
All right, Zeenat, thank you so much with those updates coming in from Pahalgam. One suspect arrested and police screening him for his mental condition. Moving on, ahead of India's imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, civil defense mock drills are underway across the country to help citizens stay safe in the event of an enemy air raid. The students of a school in the forward areas of Jammu's Arnia sector were also taken through the emergency response and evacuation drills. Similar drills were underway at multiple other locations across the country, including border areas of Rajasthan. Let's have a look.
कल देर देश में ये आवाज आपको देश के हर एक कोने कोने तक गूंजती हुई नजर आएगी। दरअसल ये वो तमाम सायरन हैं जो कल देश भर के कोने कोने में जिनकी आवाजें आपको सुनने को मिल सकती हैं, क्योंकि कल मॉक ड्रिल होगी देश भर में सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर। और भारत और पाकिस्तान से इस वक्त की जो स्थितियां हैं, उन स्थितियों में कैसे देश के नागरिकों को सुरक्षित रखा जाए, उसके मद्देनजर अब मॉक ड्रिल की तैयारी पूरी हो चुकी है। आप देखिएगा, हम इस वक्त जैसलमेर में सिविल डिफेंस के ऑफिस में हो और ये तमाम सायरन है जो एक बार बजाकर हमारे दर्शकों को सुनाइए ताकि वो भी ये समझ सके कि कल कैसी आवाजें उनको सुनने को मिलेंगी। तो ये सायरन की वो आवाज जो कल पूरे देश में आपको सुनने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि इस सायरन के जरिए आम जनता को अलर्ट पर रखा जाएगा और उन्हें यह बताया जाएगा कि अगर युद्ध जैसे हालात और हालात उनके इलाके में बिगड़ते हैं तो अपना बचाव कैसे करना है। एक बार आप इन तस्वीरों को देखिएगा, यहां पर वो तमाम सामान आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे जो आम जनजीवन को इन हालातों में बचाने के लिए काफी हैं। यहां पर आपको लंबी रस्सी नजर आ रही होगी, हेलमेट और लाइफ जैकेट समेत ये हॉर्न, और आप देखिएगा यहां पर ये ड्रोन के जरिए भी इन तमाम इलाकों में निगरानी रखी जाएगी कि कैसे देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा करनी है। मैं आप ही से बात करना चाहूंगा, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम गजन सिंह है।
अच्छा गजन जी, ये सायरन जो आप बजा रहे हैं अभी, इसकी रेंज कितनी है और ये कहां कहां पर डिप्लॉय किए जाएंगे?
1 किलोमीटर तक इसकी आवाज जाती है, बहुत लंबी लंबी दूर तक जाती है इसकी।
1 किलोमीटर, अगर ओपन एरिया है तो 1 किलोमीटर
जाएगी,
काफी दूर तक आवाज जाती है। कितने ये सायरन है आपके पास?
All of these things our generation has actually not seen, because the last time India had a full-fledged war is in 1971, and that's why the government deciding to prepare the entire citizenry for the same tomorrow. In fact, it's going to be a major civil defense mock drill happening across the country, and we are going to bring to you those pictures and live reports. Moving on for now, another live report, this time again from Jammu and Kashmir, where Zenat gives you a lowdown on what the security forces are doing in terms of tracking those hills and valleys and forests to locate those terrorists with those heat sensors, infrared devices and other surveillance measures. Very high tech. Take a look.
Highly advanced surveillance system can be seen here on the national highway. This is Srinagar, Jammu, a critical juncture of the highway, and the kind of advanced equipments that we see here. This is one of the images, and this image, this is thermal wall detector that my VJ Mubashir is showing you. Detects movements or heat signatures behind walls or solid surfaces. Then we have the handheld thermal imager, detects body heat and displays thermal signatures even in the tool darkest. Helps locate hidden persons, used for night patrolling, parameter security and tracking movement in dense areas. Then this one, this is the optical fiber scope, a flexible camera. This is equipped to use to see into confined or hidden spaces, allow security personnel to detect or to inspect behind walls. It's a critical during hostage rescue or clearing suspicious hideouts, helps confirm the presence of threats before entering into a particular space. These are such equipments that they will even reveal the minute details, minute items that a person tries to hide. These kind of equipments are usually used by Jammu and Kashmir police, those who are deployed on the critical junctures like the national highway, and it not only provides the information but it reveals even what is behind the camera, and not only in the daytime but also these equipments are quite helpful during the night dark hours, providing a helping hand while dealing
Moving on, 14 days after the Pahalgam terror attack, as India prepares its three services prepare to seek revenge, we have a veteran, Colonel Shailendra Singh, who gives you a lowdown on how those preparations go. Take a look.
The first thing I would like is let's have faith in army. As far as country is concerned, 140 crore people, if you have your faith in army will, as 140 crore people. I don't want religion to come in. I don't want this Josh to come down. You be spirited, have that jazba for your country. Army will deliver. Because army lives on you. Army lives on your jazba. Army also knows how to tackle and do everything. But most important for Indian Army is the public, the government. If you two are with us, let the government be there to take those strong, odd, uncomfortable decisions to support us or give us that freedom. Freedom on its own is not adequate. We require that support of the public, we require the support of the government, and we require the support of the economy, industry, infrastructure, because without these things, do any kind of fight. There is no possibility only, because unless your economy and your industry helps us, we will not be able to deliver. Because war, though we don't want, our country doesn't want, but at the same time, if it is given to us, we'll give you a good war, Pakistan. You know, if we have to divide any kind of war or army or any kind of conflict, there will be one part which is conflict on electronic warfare. There will be cyber warfare. There will be propaganda warfare. There will be physical warfare, there will be technological warfare, there will be air warfare, there will be ground warfare, there will be naval warfare. The combination is deadly, but yes, a very huge center of gravity lies on the electronic warfare, because unless in today's world, technologically developed world, electronic items are everywhere, and if you are able to win over that, neutralize his electronic items and score over by your superior electronic items and development, the army will definitely score, because there is literally nothing available where electronics is not involved. Yes, I say it with a lot of responsibility. The next war will definitely be won by somebody who has got an absolute clear-cut electronic superiority. The war of electronics is today's world. Let me tell you, fighting is very easy. As a man on ground, it's very easy for me to fight. But the logistics behind me is the actually game of war. Unless you can give me the logistical support, that's why I said the public is important, economy is important, because those are the things which are going to make the supply happen. To fire that first round is very easy. To get that another round from behind, replenishment is absolutely critical. Unless I am assured that yes, my supply will be uninterrupted, and that is where you find that the ASC, Ordnance, EME, each one has got a very, very important and even I dare say critical role. To make a soldier fight on border, the logistics behind is important. Artillery, I am an artillery officer, that's why I can tell you so. In the world, artillery is the god of war. Nobody can take a step forward until unless artillery is with him. There is no tank which can survive unless artillery gives him a clear way of going into the enemy territory. The best part of artillery is that it is able to give you a support, a clearance, a war by itself. There are many places that artillery weapons have actually done so much of damage, which in my words I call it, that artillery inflicts prohibitive losses to the enemy, where the enemy's will to fight is destroyed. That is what all artillery is about. And this is where you find that your soldier will be able to have a walkover on the enemy territory. If I have to talk about my country doesn't want war. My country has always been preaching no war. We were the first one in Ukraine and Russia war to say that this is not an era of war. This is what is my character, this is what is my upbringing, this is what is everything about. But when I am an army officer, then I can only tell you one thing. We fight for having a war. there is no point in thinking that there may not be war, there will not be war. Then I am not required. I am there, I train myself, I expertise myself, because I know there will be a war. If that gentleman will do it or not, I don't know. When I will do it, I will do a war on you. And that is what is the preparation all about. It is world over that unless you are very clear, because even when it comes down to diplomacy, talk and all this, you can only speak from a strong position, and that is where people hear you. And there comes that Sam Dam Dand Bhed. What is that all about? That yes, if you are strong, people will hear you. If you are speaking from the position of strength, where world knows that you matter with the army, you matter with the damage which you can inflict on the world or the adversary, they start hearing you. And I think there is nothing better which can be said about, army. Army is always prepared for a war. It can never ever say that there will not be a war. Wrong is that army if he is thinking, because this is the condition where the Pakistani army is there, that they have always thought there will not be a war. And that is why you find every war they do fight only to lose.
Only a soldier can speak with this kind of clarity. Moving on the diplomatic offensive that India has launched, Pakistan thought that it could leverage its membership or non-permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council and hold a session and perhaps tried to put India in a box. To the contrary, it got cornered and had egg on its face. Members asked, why is Pakistan escalating? Why is there so much of nuclear saber rattling? Why is Pakistan not coming clean on the possible links of Pahalgam terrorists with their deep state? All those questions got asked, and Pakistan ultimately had to leave the room without any statement, without any conclusive comment coming in from that meeting of the UNSC. Take a look at this report.
As India prepares for an imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan was left to rue its latest bid to raise the Kashmir issue at the United Nations. Pakistan was literally ripped to shreds at a closed meeting of the UNSC. As confirmed by the Pakistan Foreign Office in a social media post, the closed meeting was convened at its behest to discuss the deteriorating regional security due to India's alleged provocative actions. Pakistan was cornered and shamed at the UNSC as the world body posed some straight and sharp questions over the Pahalgam attack. Top sources told Republic that the UNSC members grilled Pakistan on the involvement of Lashkar in Pahalgam and demanded accountability for the attack. Condemning the Pahalgam attack in the strongest terms, the UNSC also grilled Pakistan on picking the victims on the basis of religion. The world body also listed out Pakistan's threat of a nuclear war with India and missile tests as a factor contributing to rising tensions on the international border. As Pakistan finds itself isolated and completely cornered at the UN, it is only a matter of time before every drop of blood in Pahalgam is avenged.
POK refugee bodies have given a marching home call, that is the POK Chalo, at a time when India-Pakistan border tensions are prevailing. They say that they want to reclaim the POK, the land they have left there in 1947 due to illegal occupation of Pakistan. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
How prepared is India in terms of electronic warfare, for example? Take a listen to another soldier, Major General Rajan Kochar, as he decodes it for us.
My guest today is Major General Rajan Kochar, MG AOC Central Command. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
So we are at a situation where we know that war will happen any time, or probably India will definitely strike any time. Now in all this, there is a big question that when you war, you fight with ammunitions. Both the sides, they are definitely like piling up to their stocks. How long do you think will Pakistan's ammunitions last if India goes on a full-scale war?
A very good question, because most of us focus on operational art, how the infantry is going to fight, how the armored is going to fight, how the artillery is going to deploy resources. But the most important factor of any good army is the logistics. So ammunition is one important part of war fighting capability. So every nation has a war wastage reserve.
War wastage reserve. Okay.
And we call it WWR.
Okay.
So this war wastage reserve is as part of the government policy. How many days of reserves you visualize to hold in case of a conflict.
Okay.
Our philosophy has been 30 days intense and 30 days
reserve.
Normal. So if you convert the normal into intense, the ratio is 1:3. So that implies that the Indian Army is capable of 40 days intense war.
Okay.
That is the capability of the Indian Army to fight for 40 days without looking back.
Okay.
Because you have those resources, ammunition.
Without calling for extra ammunition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, similarly, Pakistan Army has also a similar kind of a concept. But you'll be surprised to know that today the Pakistan Army has only 7 to 10 days of WWR.
Okay.
That means they have the ammunition for intense conflict for not more than 7 to 8 days.
Okay.
And that is why you are seeing all their envoys, Bilawal, Bhutto, everybody asking for international intervention to stop the war, because you see, bravado is one thing.
They know they will have to surrender.
Yes. General Munir is showing bravado today. He's showing, okay,
that posturing.
Take on, posturing.
Yeah. False posturing, you can say.
Absolutely. And that posturing has to be followed by the ground realities. The ground realities suggest that the Pakistan Army, in the worst case scenario also, can stretch it up to 10 days.
Okay.
Then what happens? Within the own nation, you must have the surge capacity.
Okay. Okay.
For example, you must have a defense ecosystem within the country for manufacturing of ammunition. Because as and when the ammunition is getting expanded,
per requirement,
you have the capability to manufacture it also.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in Pakistan, it is only the Pakistan ordnance factories which are manufacturing ammunition. They don't have private sector involved in manufacturing of ammunition. We have started now, within our own country, if you would have heard about Adani and Mahindra
they just got into
systems and L&T. They all have got into ammunition.
I think Adani, they also moved into Kanpur. They started a facility.
The Kanpur factory right now is manufacturing small arms ammunition. They are slowly graduating to the heavy caliber ammunition, now medium caliber ammunition.
Okay.
So suffice to say that Pakistan does not have the surge capacity. Now what does Pakistan do then?
Yes.
Pakistan has to look over the shoulders to China, to Turkey.
Are you anticipating that, like Ukraine got its ammunitions from US and Germany?
All right, we had to cut out of it because we're getting a breaking news development from Iran, where a large explosion has occurred near the Qasirun
in southern part of the country. It has caused a big fire at an IRGC underground ammunition depot. The explosion, in fact, has happened in an ammunition depot, and which has led to windows shattered due to the blast heard for kilometers. These are pictures from that geography, and you can see smoke billowing in some part of the screen. And this is an ammunition depot blast that has taken place. Mysterious fires and explosions happening in Iran. A few days back, there was one in Bandar Abbas, which injured, it was a huge blast and injured about 500 plus people. And there were some casualties also, this time at an ammunition depot, that too of the IRGC. IRGC is the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, which is their most elite military organization. And an explosion in the IRGC controlled underground ammunition depot happening, and these are pictures from that area in southern Iran where this has happened. Bandar Abbas also again in southern Iran. Another blast now happening mysteriously. Like in the case of Bandar Abbas, the Iranians did not press any conspiracy charges. The Iranians did not call for a probe. They just buried it. One wonders what's happening. In this case, we'll have to see what response comes in. Massive explosion near Kashmir in Iran, and we have heard the firefighters reaching. There is complete local panic, and this is the third blast that has happened in Iran in the last 48 hours. This is the third city in which similar explosions have happened. Mysterious back-to-back explosions happening, and massive fireball can be seen at a distance from where these pictures have been taken, these videos. We take a short break and come back on the other side with more details on these visuals coming in from Iran of explosion happening in southern Iran in an ammunition dump of the IRGC on the other side of a short break.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
I'm Major General Dr. G.D. Bakshi, and I'm delighted that Republic has launched its digital defense channel dedicated primarily to matters military, matters of national security, matters of strategic importance, weapons and equipment. To stay ahead of the curve on matters military, we will be doing a series of in-depth war games, a series of military analysis, a series of programs on military equipment acquisitions. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV as we keep our focus on Pakistan. Getting in videos, breaking news inputs of Pakistan facing trouble within the people of Balochistan are fighting back. Baloch rebels have struck. We have visuals, breaking news updates on the show. Here are the headlines this evening. Pakistani army attacked in several cities of Pakistan. In Balochistan, the rebels have struck. Open rebellion in different cities of Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa cleric in Islamabad declares revolt against the Pakistani army.
हम तो आज एक खास सोच के साथ आए थे, एक खास जज्बे के साथ आए थे। हमने डिस्कस करना था इस सारी सूरत हाल को, लेकिन किसको सुनाएं? तो इसलिए मैं कम से कम ऐवान से जाना चाहता हूं और इस ऐवान का वजीर हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाहता।
Another Pakistani politician exposing his own country and the political leadership under Shehbaz Sharif, Fazlur Rahman, saying the country must take war with India seriously, saying nobody in Pakistan is doing that now. As India strikes down on terror, Mehbooba Mufti continues fighting for OGWs, calls them innocent. Congress peddling a fake narrative, giving more ammunition to Pakistan, claims the Prime Minister had intel report on impending attack while referring to his visit to Qatar, which was called off due to bad weather. Loss of face for Pakistan at the UNSC. Pakistan is rebuked over the Pahalgam attack. Members reject the false flag narrative, called missile tests escalatory by Pakistan. In the last few days, people of Balochistan are fighting back, and there is an intense attack ongoing in different cities of Balochistan. I'm going across to my colleague Shawan, joining us with the breaking news updates right now in 4 cities. Shawan, getting in details that you shared earlier today. Mangosher, Khazanai, Rahimabad, these are different posts, and in Kalat overall there are different attacks that have been reported. Some of the visuals that are also on our screens now. Shawan, take our viewers over these visuals that you've picked up.
Well, in fact, over the last few weeks there have been multiple attacks that have been staged by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, the recent development that you're looking at is that happened on Friday, where a coordinated assault was carried out in Mangochar city. Apart from that, we are being told that the Balochistan Liberation Army has now taken positions in Khazanai, Garari and Rahimabad. In fact, Niranjan, we're going to just put out the details of each of these positions that have now been captured by the Balochistan Liberation Army. A clear indication of the fact how the Pakistan army has been completely thinned out as far as the western borders are concerned. One, of course, the Durand line, and the other happening inside Balochistan right now, where Pakistan, it appears, have lost their control. In fact, what we are being told, in several of these places where this coordinated assault has been carried out, the Balochistan Liberation Army has been able to take control of facilities, which includes the Nadra office, which is a government building, a judicial complex, a bank, as well as government buildings. On your screens, these are images that are coming in that we have been able to source from people in Balochistan. In fact, they say that over the last few weeks, it has only intensified. Of course, the Pakistan army thereafter also carried out multiple offensives, but clearly they've lost their complete grip on this entire area. In fact, Niranjan, we're just putting out the details which you can take it forward with regards to which are the 4 main locations where there were remote control explosions that were carried out. A key bridge was destroyed by the Balochistan Liberation Army, and in fact that led to 3 of the Pakistani soldiers who were also killed. A total of over 25 Pakistani soldiers who have been killed by the Balochistan Liberation Army. So there is an upper hand that the BLA has at this point in time.
Yeah, these are the 4 cities that we have details of, Shawan, and mostly the Baloch region. In Mangoshera, there's been a coordinated assault by Baloch rebels. In Khazanai, Pakistan convoy with weapons was stopped. In Rahimabad, a key bridge has been destroyed using explosives. And in Kalat, a remote-controlled explosion has targeted the Pakistan army. These are only 4 of the instances. In fact, armed groups, these are rebels in Balochistan, have seized control of Mangoshera. The entire town, they say, is theirs now, torching government buildings, Pakistan government buildings, and blocking highways as well. I'm handing it back to you, Shawan. Shawan has more details he's picked up with the details of the operation carried out by the Baloch rebels. Shawan.
Well, in fact, what has happened is that both on the eastern and the western border, where you have the Pakistani army, has been completely thinned out. Now, just talking about one along the Durand line, there is a report which we are going to play out in a short while from now. The crisis has only intensified for the Pakistani government, primarily because you have the Taliban, which has now stepped in, saying that the exodus that is actually happening of the Afghan refugees who are all lined up in refugee camps along the Durand line, which we're going to put out the report in a short while from now, is a clear reflection of the growing hostility between Islamabad and Kabul, because you have an ultimatum that has now been given to the Pakistanis to resolve the Durand issue, and secondly the refugee crisis that we are essentially looking at. There are multiple testimonies now coming in from the Durand line right now, clearly of the fact how they have been targeted. Now take a look at some of the images that we are once again putting across, because there are other big breaking news coming in. Just late last evening in Balochistan itself, in Germany, is where you have a Coast Guard vehicle that was targeted by the Balochistan Liberation Army. Not just that, there are vehicles which were basically used by the Chinese weapons that were being carried. They were also targeted by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, the details of it we're going to just put out in a short while from now. A clear indication of how the Pakistan army is essentially struggling right now. On your screens right now, this is the latest image that has been accessed by Republic TV. On your screens, details emerging of what the Coast Guard, how the Coast Guard was basically targeted by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, we are also given to understand that this happened late last evening, where the BLA has now put out a statement. The BLA says that they have taken a full responsibility of the remote controlled attack that was carried out on the Coast Guard vehicle in Jiwani, where 3 personnel and 2 were injured. So right now what you see on your screen, this particular vehicle that was actually used by the Coast Guard linked to the Pakistani establishment was targeted by the Balochistan Liberation Army, leading to about 3 personnel being killed and 2 injured. Now, in the statement that has been put out by the Balochistan Liberation Army, they say that on 5th of May, freedom fighters targeted a Coast Guard vehicle in Takhtiab area of Jiwani with a remote control bomb. As a result, 3 Coast Guard personnel were killed and 2 were injured. Okay, on your screens right now is all the 22 Pakistani soldiers who were killed in what the Balochis are now calling Operation Kalat. Remember, Operation Kalat happens to be one of the largest areas in Balochistan, which the Balochis have been able to take full control of. And that is the reason why there is a larger reinforcement that has been brought in by the Pakistani army. On your screens, breaking news now coming in. Pictures of the Pakistani soldiers killed by the Balochis in the operation that was carried out by the Baloch Liberation Army. So it has only intensified. In fact, there is a retaliation coming in from the Pakistani army right now, because airstrikes were also carried out by the Pakistani Air Force in Balochistan itself. So things are becoming extremely difficult for the Pakistani army right now, Niranjan, with details now emerging of the 22 Pakistani soldiers who have also been killed.
Shravan, some more details of what's been ongoing in the last couple of days. The armed groups have seized control of Mangochar, torched government buildings, they've blocked highways. These are believed to be Baloch fighters. They've taken complete control in Kalat on Friday and Saturday evening, details of which are still trickling in. Coordinated attacks on the Pakistani security forces, government buildings in Pakistan. They've blocked the Karachi-Quetta highway, something that Shravan has mentioned. We had a picture, a video that showed armed individuals taking control of the city, seizing government buildings, including a NADRA office, a NADRA office. A courthouse has been taken over. Several buildings have been set ablaze. A branch of the National Bank of Pakistan has been set ablaze. These are pictures that we are getting in from our reporters, stringers in Balochistan, and people of Baloch who are fighting Pakistani army. Eyewitnesses saying that a group took control of the city center. They seized government weapons, they seized Pakistani army vehicles and set fire to several buildings, including the NADRA office. There are videos also showing armed men draped in Baloch flags. You can see that they're destroying a government office. Armed men draped in Baloch flags patrolling the streets, interacting with residents, inspecting vehicles. Now, all of this ongoing in the last look at that. That's another picture that came in of a China-Pakistan convoy that was set ablaze. This is in Kharan-Noshki highway. And that has been the target. Shravan, why don't you take our viewers through how China projects, CPEC, Chinese nationals, Chinese workers have been under the radar of the Baloch rebels, and why?
Well, in fact, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they have been put on the mat by the Chinese right now, because several of the Chinese employees, they were also targeted by the Baloch Liberation Army, putting pressure on the Pakistanis to provide security. In fact, an ultimatum was also given by the Chinese to the Pakistanis that they need to ensure that, at least as far as Gwadar is concerned, that should be protected. Several of the projects are basically now put on hold even by the Chinese, because there isn't enough protection that has been provided by the Pakistanis. There have been multiple attacks that have taken place over the last 6 to 7 months. To be precise, there have been attacks that have taken place which has only intensified in the last few weeks itself. And that is the reason why, as far as CPEC is concerned too, part of the CPEC project has been put on hold right now, particularly infrastructure projects that have been put on hold. And that is the reason why Pakistan appears to be extremely nervous, primarily because they aren't in a position to basically move their weaponry to ensure that these installations that have been built close to the port areas, that needs to be protected. That has come under heavy attack by the Balochis, and that is the reason why, remember, Pakistan is essentially trying to increase bring in the additional reinforcement in Balochistan itself. That is the reason why they're finding it even more difficult as far as the other border is concerned, the eastern and the western border, where it has been completely thinned out at this point in time.
Okay, once again the map, Shravan, as we look at the Baloch angle and the rebels fighting back. 4 areas, details of which are with us right now. On the eastern border, Pakistan facing India. On the western border, Afghan Taliban. Casualties of the Pakistani army. When you look it up, even the Pakistani media is admitting that their own soldiers are being killed in Balochistan.
There is no way that they can actually deny at this point in time, because there is evidence that has been put out by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, if we can just quickly go across to that still image that we have of what the Balochis are now calling it, Operation Kalat. Operation Kalat, in fact, actually started over the last few days. Now, let me tell you how exactly it all started, the trigger point. Now, Mehrang Baloch was basically taken into custody by the Pakistani army. In fact, there have been multiple disappearances that have been reported from Balochistan. That is the reason why the Balochistan Liberation Army has basically intensified their attack. The other bigger concern has been because of these very projects, several of their natural resources that are being extracted by the Chinese and the Pakistani has only led to a major hostility between the Balochistan Liberation Army and, for that matter, the Pakistani government. In fact, their own governor has actually lost control and had to be brought to Islamabad. There was a meeting that was called by the Pakistan Prime Minister to basically to bring the situation under the control, because the army seems to be losing complete grip over Balochistan at this point in time. So putting all of this together, remember, there have been multiple developments taking place simultaneously right now. So on the one hand, you have the Durand line, where clearly there have been growing hostility between Islamabad and Kabul. Then you have that internal problem as far as Balochistan is concerned. Multiple attacks that have actually taken place. There is also a report now coming in, Niranjan, of an IED explosion that has taken place in an area called Bolan. We are basically trying to get more details from our reporters on the ground as far as what are the nature of the attack and whether at all the Pakistani army was involved. We are just trying to get more details as far as the explosion that has taken place in Bolan, but that's the latest coming in just about a few hours ago.
Thank you for that, Shawan. These are breaking news inputs coming in. In fact, as we speak, there has been another video that has been released by the Balochistan rebels. There have been different videos and press releases that have been put out. In Mangochar, there has been a massive operation. The scale and tactics showing that the Baloch Liberation Army is taking control of several towns in Mangochar, in Zehri, and in Khuzdar. These are regions in Balochistan where they have taken control. BLA rebels in Balochistan took over police government buildings, seized weapons and documents, ambushed a military convoy using a remote-controlled IED. They also said the operation was part of preparations for the second phase of a broader campaign known as Operation Head-Off. The BLA had launched Operation Head-Off in August 2024. And in the first phase of Operation Head-Off, included attacks on military camps, road convoys, government infrastructure, resource projects, and one of the most high-profile attacks that we have seen in the last few days, this is after the Pahalgam attack, the Baloch rebels targeting Pakistani army with increased intensity. Not just Pakistan army, but anything that stands or resembles the power in Islamabad. A China-Pakistan convoy has been set ablaze. In the past, Chinese nationals have also been targeted by the Baloch rebels while they opposed the CPEC project as well. A Chinese truck there destroyed, and these are more and more videos that we will be able to get you in a short while from now. Shawan is also in touch with some of the Baloch activists who are constantly getting us the updates. Should be able to get a report from there as well anytime now. Shawan, over to you.
Well, in fact, the latest details also coming in as far as the IED attack that has taken place in Bolan. We are waiting for an official confirmation to come in from the Balochistan Liberation Army, but the preliminary reports suggest that the IED was targeted at the Frontier Corps vehicle in Geshtri area of Bolan, Balochistan. That has resulted in 6 of their soldiers being killed. Attack that took place closer to the Amir post and Ali Khan base. Now, let me also tell you that as far as the Pakistani military camp is concerned in Kalat area, that has also been targeted in the last 24 hours. So in the last 24 hours, just to give you a consolidated update of what's actually happening on the ground, you have Mangochar city. Apart from that, Kaznai, Garari and Rahimabad. These are some of the major checkposts where you have had the Balochistan Liberation Army now essentially carrying out checking in the area, and those belonging to the Pakistani Army, Pakistan police, they have basically come under the target of the BLA. In fact, let's also put out the picture of the Pakistani police assistant sub-inspector who has been taken into the custody. In fact, we are being told that this was when the police convoy was stopped from transporting from Gadani to Quetta, when the 5 of the police personnel, they were basically taken into custody. So that's the other big breaking news coming in right now. You have a Pakistani police official who has been taken into custody by the Balochistan Liberation Army. We have a confirmation. We also have a picture of the Pakistani police that has been a police official that has been taken into custody by the Balochistan Liberation Army. On your screens right now, that's Sub-Inspector Zainuddin who has been taken into custody. We are being told that along with him, there are 5 police personnel that was taken into custody. We do not have the details of the 4 other police personnel who have been taken into custody, but right now on your screen, you have the Pakistani police official taken into the custody also right now, Niranjan.
Those are pictures coming in of, and there have been protests, Shawan. There have been protests, and we're getting into some more details. There have been protests on the streets of Balochistan. People of Balochistan sitting on highways of bodies of their own killed by Pakistani army. And these protests have been going for several days now. People have been abducted. There have been pictures of, for example, public health workers who forcibly disappeared as students were protesting ongoing abductions. Even during protests, people are picked up. And there are pictures also coming in of people who were forcibly taken away, abducted, and then shot dead, their bodies dumped in different parts of Balochistan. And a picture that also came in of a man's body that was recovered in Khuzdar. And similarly, there are also pictures of, in Turbat, for example, there is a picture of people who are protesting on the highway, blocking the CPEC highway for a 2nd consecutive day. Now, these are details of how intense it is within Pakistan. Look at that. Those are locals taking out a bike march, a protest march to protest against the abduction, the forced abductions of their own brothers and sisters, many of whom have disappeared simply overnight in the last few months and years under the Pakistani regime. And let's keep playing these pictures. These are Baloch residents vandalizing a police station and any property of the state of Pakistan, any Pakistani property, government property that they see, destroying that. People of Balochistan seen wearing the Baloch flags on their shoulders in some of these pictures and destroying offices, buildings, and here you can see a tanker, seems like a water tanker, which is being destroyed by the people of Balochistan. Let's play out some of the reports that are coming in on the story.
Amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, internal instability continues to rise in Pakistan's restive Balochistan province. The Baloch Liberation Army has captured significant towns, including Mangochar and Kalat, dealing a massive blow to Pakistan's military presence in the region. Pakistan is grappling with rising internal turmoil, with the Baloch Liberation Army seeking freedom. While Pakistan's army faces heavy resistance from Baloch rebels, the situation in Balochistan has spiraled into a serious crisis. Recently, 22 Pakistani soldiers were killed in Turbat after a face-off with Baloch rebels. The uprising is such that 4 guards of the former Home Minister of Balochistan, who the BLA claims has now turned into a proxy for Islamabad, were gunned down as well. And even before an Indian strike is to hit Pakistan, the Shehbaz Sharif government is completely losing the plot on its western border. The BLA's recent activities have included a string of high-profile attacks, from IED blasts that killed paramilitary personnel and the hijacking of the Jafar Express passenger train. And with the Balochis showing the mirror to Pakistan, Islamabad has no escape but to face the consequences of state-sponsored oppression against Balochistan.
We should be able to get the first report from Balochistan in a short while from now on Republic TV and Report. We are also keeping you ahead on the Durand line, the developments there with the Taliban keeping the pressure against Pakistan. Stay tuned, headlines continue on Republic.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the verge of collapse, right? Economic collapse. I'm Major General Dr. G.D. Bakshi, and I'm delighted that Republic has launched its digital defense channel dedicated primarily to matters military, matters of national security, matters of strategic importance, weapons and equipment. To stay ahead of the curve on matters military, we will be doing a series of in-depth war games, a series of military analysis, a series of programs on military equipment acquisitions. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind. I'm Major General Dr. G.D. Bakshi, and I'm delighted that Republic has launched its digital defense channel dedicated primarily to matters military, matters of national security, matters of strategic importance, weapons and equipment. To stay ahead of the curve on matters military, we will be doing a series of in-depth war games, a series of military analysis, a series of programs on military equipment acquisitions. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Uprising in Balochistan, Pakistan army attacked in Balochistan, casualties are feared. There is open rebellion in Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa clerics in Islamabad declared revolt against Pakistan army.
एक खास सोच के साथ आए थे, एक खास जज्बे के साथ आए थे। हमने डिस्कस करना था इस सारी सूरत हाल को, लेकिन किसको सुनाए? तो इसलिए मैं कम अज़ कम ऐवान से जाना चाहता हूं और इस ऐवान का वज़ीर हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाहता।
Meanwhile, Pakistani political exposes Pak says the country must take war with India seriously. India strikes down on terror, but Mehbooba Mufti fights for OGWs, calls them innocent. Congress peddles fake news, gives ammunition to Pakistan, claims PM had intel report on the impending attack. And the UNSC, Pakistan is rebuked at UNSC over Pahalgam attack. Members reject the false flag narrative, calls the missile tests escalatory. And we're first going to go across to the big breaking news that's coming in. The OGW has now been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the big breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. We're now getting to know details about the OGW who has been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. I'm going to also try and show you pictures of the OGW lodged in Rajouri jail under detention. I'm going to show you pictures of the search operations. The Poonch police now book the terror OGW. These are the pictures that are coming in. He's been arrested. The Overground worker of terrorists booked under Public Safety Act by the Poonch police. Mohammad Qayyum was in touch with Pakistani-based handlers of terror groups. I'm going to try and go across to my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, give us more details.
Yeah, Ridham, it's Poonch police action against Overground workers of the terrorist group, because we have seen that in the Kashmir Valley and in the Jammu region, the terrorists are operating only because of this oxygen network of the Overground workers that is there. And one Overground worker, Mohammad Qayyum, has now been booked under the Public Safety Act. He has been detained by the Poonch police and has now been sent to the Rajouri jail under the Public Safety Act. He is said to be in touch with the Pakistan-based handlers through social media and the encrypted applications that has surfaced during the investigation. Those handlers, those who were sitting across in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and were operating on the behest of the Pakistani terror groups to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, he was in touch with them. Based on the intelligence input and some of the call records that the police managed to get from the agencies, they were able to actually prove that he was in touch with the handlers across the border, after which a dossier was made by the Jammu and Kashmir police that was submitted to the Deputy Commissioner of Poonch, and based on that recommendation, a Public Safety Act was imposed imposed on him. The PSA was imposed and he has been now sent to the Rajouri district jail. So this is a part of a larger plot that is there, the larger plot that how these terror groups operate from across the border, getting in touch with the locals and then luring them to join the terror groups sitting in the Punch or sitting in Jammu and Kashmir and getting in touch with the handlers across the border.
Thank you, Gursimran, for giving us those details. In fact, my colleague Zeenath had also spoken to former JDFK terrorist who has now given up arms. Saifullah joined JKLF at age 17 in 1989, calling it the biggest mistake of his life. He crossed over to the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir via Lipa Valley with a group of 35 and was received by Pakistani rangers at the Mahira camp.
यहाँ से ग्रुप जाया करते थे और उस ग्रुप का मैं भी एक हिस्सा बन गया क्योंकि 90 के दौर में एक वबा यहाँ चली हुई थी, उस वबा का शिकार मैं भी हो गया और मैं उस ग्रुप के साथ चला गया जिसका अफसोस मुझे सारी ज़िंदगी रहेगा। और मैं देखिए उस ग्रुप के अंदर कोई 35 लोग थे और हम यहाँ से लीपा गए और लीपा से हम पीओजे के गए। पीओजे के जब हमने बॉर्डर क्रॉस किया, लीपा का बॉर्डर जब क्रॉस किया तो वहाँ पर पाक रेंजर्स के कुछ लोग आए और उन्होंने हमें वहाँ से रिसीव किया और ले जाकर हमें मानशेरा कैंप के अंदर रखा जहाँ पर हमारी ट्रेनिंग हुई।
यहाँ से कितने दिन लगे?
यहाँ से हमें शायद 4-5 दिन लगे थे। जी हाँ 4-5 दिन लगे थे मुझे यहाँ से जाने में और मैंने वहाँ ट्रेनिंग की। मैं 47 चला लेता हूँ, मैं RPG चला लेता हूँ, तो ये ट्रेनिंग मैंने की है।
तो कितने दिन की ट्रेनिंग हुई वहाँ?
देखिए वहाँ हाँ मैं वहाँ बड़े लोगों से मिला, मैं अज़हर मसूद से भी मिला वहाँ और मैं पाक रेंजर्स के ऑफिसर से भी मिला और ISI के ऑफिसर से भी मिला मैं। लेकिन मुझे यही लगा कि ये लोग कश्मीरियों को इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, लेकिन तब टीन एज थी, बचपना था, कुछ समझ नहीं थी।
तो कितने दिन की ट्रेनिंग हुई?
जी ये कोई बड़ी ट्रेनिंग नहीं होती है, 2-3 दिन की ट्रेनिंग होती है और उसमें कोई ऐसा कमांडो ट्रेनिंग नहीं होती, छोटी मोटी ट्रेनिंग होती है और उनका तो एक ही मकसद है कि आप कश्मीर जाएं, वहाँ जाकर टेररिज्म फैलाएं।
तो आप कह रहे हैं आप अज़हर मसूद से मिले हैं, तो क्या किस तरह की मुलाकात हुई थी?
देखिए अज़हर मसूद से मैं वहाँ भी मिला हूँ और अज़हर मसूद मेरे साथ यहाँ जेल में भी रहे हैं, कोट बलवार जेल में।
अच्छा।
जी हाँ, तो वो एक मोटिवेटर के तौर पर काम करते हैं और उनका यही काम है कि छोटे छोटे बच्चों को 17-18 साल के बच्चों को कैसे मोटिवेट किया जाए और फिर उनको टेररिज्म के रास्ते पर डाला जाए, झूठी आज़ादी और झूठे जिहाद के नाम पर।
Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has questioned the government over its handling of the security in Jammu and Kashmir, suggesting that Prime Minister Modi, BJP now hits back, saying Kharge's statement is unfortunate. Listen in.
ये खरगे साहब को क्या हो गया है, क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं? एक तरफ मीटिंग में कहते हैं कि हम देश के साथ खड़े हैं और दूसरी तरफ देश को कमज़ोर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जब जान रहे हैं कि तनाव बढ़ा हुआ है, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का विषय है, तो उस समय प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में ये बोलना कि वो नहीं गए कश्मीर क्योंकि उनको मालूम था हमला होने वाला है, इससे बड़ा कोई गैर जिम्मेदाराना वक्तव्य हो सकता है क्या विपक्ष के प्रमुख दल के अध्यक्ष के द्वारा, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के द्वारा? हमें बहुत पीड़ा हुई है। आज हम कोई पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करना चाहते हैं। खरगे साहब क्या हो गया आपको? कृपा करके कुछ तो समझिए। आज पूरे देश में जनता एक है, सरकार के साथ खड़ी है, देश के साथ खड़ी है, देश में सुरक्षा के लिए मॉक ड्रिल हो रहा है और आप कह रहे हैं कि PM जानबूझकर नहीं गए कश्मीर। ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, बहुत ही पीड़ादायक है।
Amid heightened security in Kashmir, the Jammu and Kashmir police have deployed a high-tech command vehicle on the Srinagar-Jammu highway. My colleague Zeenath brings us a look inside this mobile fortress.
Rolling through the tense Kazagan stretch, the Jammu and Kashmir Police's command vehicle stands out not just in size but in purpose. Positioned strategically on the Jammu-Srinagar highway, this high-mobility armored unit is built to withstand both bullets and blasts. What makes it lethal is its multiple firing ports and a roof hatch that ensure rapid engagement if needed. without exposing personnel to direct fire. From the inside, the vehicle is a tactical nerve center fitted with night vision systems, GPS tracking, and secure communication channels for real-time coordination.
Showing you the visuals from this very vehicle that plays a critical role in the high-risk operations across the Kashmir Valley. This vehicle is built to withstand bullets and grenade attacks, keeping our frontier personnel safe during the counter-terror ops and raids in volatile Kashmir Valley. Equipped with firing ports, a top hatch for armed retaliation, and advanced surveillance tools like night vision and GPS tracking. This is more than just transport. It's a mobile command post. Right now it's on the patrol duty in a sensitive locations like Srinagar Jammu National Highway, and this is a Kazigund, which is a critical juncture, ready to respond within minutes to any potential threat. As there is an escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan, we see these vehicles on the standby mode, and in fact the visuals that we beam also tells you how the surveillance is being done while being inside the vehicle. This is one of the such visuals where you see the monitoring is being done, the kind of equipments that it has, from fixed bullet cameras, PTZ cameras, to pneumatic mast, and similarly a thorough wall radar, the remotely piloted vehicle. All this is inside this vehicle. This is more like a bulletproof vehicle, which is this vehicle, this fortress is on the wheels, that tells you that how the operations are done and also how you carry the patrol duties.
From surveillance to rapid response, this command vehicle is more than transport. It's a mobile fortress built for the battlefield. On roads shadowed by uncertainty, this is how the Jammu and Kashmir police are reinforcing control mile by mile, mission by mission.
Ahead of India's imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, civil defense mock drills were underway across the country to help citizens stay safe in the event of enemy air raids. The students of a school in the forward of Jammu's Arnya sector were also taken through emergency responses and evacuation drills. Similar drills have been underway at multiple other locations across the country.
The mock drills have begun across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and today the subjects have also changed on ground. The subjects have now changed from the usual English, Hindi, mathematics to the mock drill. You see on the blackboard that a mock drill is the subject for today that is being taught to these students. These are the primary school students that are being taught the drills. I have the school teacher with me. We'll speak to them first. Sir, क्या-क्या सिखा रहे हैं आज बच्चों को? आज सब्जेक्ट बदल गए हैं, मॉक ड्रिल सब्जेक्ट बन गया।
बिल्कुल सर, आज मॉक ड्रिल था मॉर्निंग असेंबली में, हमारा मॉक ड्रिल ही चला, इसके बारे में चर्चा हुई है। तो हमने बच्चों को बताया हुआ कि अगर इन केस ऐसा हो जाता है तो जैसे मैंने पहले इनको वार्निंग दी होती है कि जब ऐसा होता है तब सारे बच्चे जहाँ भी होते हैं लेट जाते हैं।
इनसे एक बार ड्रिल आप करवा के बताएं क्या ड्रिल करवा।
बिल्कुल सर, मैं करके रख देता हूँ। जब बच्चों को ऐसा हो जाता है, एकदम फायरिंग की आवाज़ आ जाती है, तो हम सारे बच्चों को बोलते हैं सभी नीचे बैठ जाओ।
So you see that the children along with the teachers, they have gone down because it is important. First, if there is a trajectory weapon, it will blast like that. So the implications will be somewhere who is standing, but those who are down, those who have taken the cover, it will be lesser impact for them, and that's why all the children here, they have taken the shelter under this. बेटा क्या बताया सर ने आपको अगर फायर हो जाए?
सर जी ने हमें बताया कि हमें किसी मोर्चे में छुप जाना है, किसी कमरे के नीचे लेट जाना है, कोने में जाके
कोने में या फिर किसी कमरे में लेट जाना है, बंकर में छिप जाना है. They have been taught, and also they have been taught how to move out of the class by just crawling, because it is not a suitable time that they will get to go up, and the teachers are themselves teaching. See the government teachers how they are ensuring that the children move out of the room, because this is very important, because children do not get that time at that given point when the firing is taking place that they stand, because that can invite the problems or any of the hits to them. And that's why they are crawling themselves from the classrooms, going to the other room, that is the principal's room, that has a concrete wall, can act like a semi-bunker. And these are the preparations that are being done in the area of the international border, because these preparations are must. Reason being the situation that is prevailing on the borders. We have also with us the former Sarpanch of the area, Raghubir Chaudhary with us. We'll also try to speak to them that how they are ensuring that everything is catered in such a manner that there is no eventuality or the damage to the individuals. Sir, किस तरह की तैयारियां यहाँ पे चल रही हैं?
देखिए, वैसे तो हम जो सीमा क्षेत्र के बॉर्डर क्षेत्र के रहने वाले लोग हैं वो हमेशा इन चीज़ों से अवेयर हैं और वेल प्रिपेयर्ड हैं, लेकिन अभी जो रिसेंट इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बीच में आपको देख रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा टेंशन है, तो इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए एज ए मॉक ड्रिल जैसे अभी प्रिंसिपल यहाँ स्कूल के उन्होंने भी बताया और हमारे जो लोकल सिविलियन वगैरह हैं उनको भी हम यही गाइड कर रहे हैं कि अगर पाकिस्तान की तरफ से कोई अकारण गोलाबारी होती है तो हमें बाहर नहीं घूमना है, अंदर किसी कॉर्नर पे जहाँ जो इंडिविजुअल बंकर दिए गए हैं वहाँ पे हमें शेल्टर लेनी है और अननेसेसरी जो मूवमेंट है अपनी वो रोक देनी है.
So you can understand that these actually the civil administration members, they are also playing a key role because they are awareing people that you need not to bother, you need not to go out without any help, you need not to venture without any reason. Sir, आप लोग लोकल हैं, आप लोग भी यहाँ पर देखने आए हैं, किस तरह से आप लोग प्रिपेयर हैं? अगर कुछ होता है बच्चों को निकालना, सब चीज़ें करनी.
हम तो पहले से ही, हमने तो पहले भी बहुत बार देखा है, इस पाकिस्तान को झेला भी है और हम प्रिपेयर हैं पूरे, कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है. हमने बंकर
कल देश में ये आवाज आपको देश के हर एक कोने कोने तक गूंजती हुई नजर आई. दरअसल ये वो तमाम सायरन हैं जो कल देश भर के कोने कोने में जिनकी आवाजें आपको सुनने को मिल सकती हैं, क्योंकि कल मॉक ड्रिल होगी देश भर में सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर और भारत और पाकिस्तान से इस वक्त की जो स्थितियां हैं उन स्थितियों में कैसे देश के नागरिकों को सुरक्षित रखा जाए उसके मद्देनजर अब मॉक ड्रिल की तैयारी पूरी हो चुकी है. आप देखिएगा हम इस वक्त जैसलमेर में सिविल डिफेंस के ऑफिस में हो और ये तमाम सायरन है जो एक बार बजाकर हमारे दर्शकों को सुनाइए ताकि वो भी ये समझ सके कि कल कैसी आवाजें उनको सुनने को मिलेंगी. तो ये सायरन की वो आवाज जो कल पूरे देश में आपको सुनने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि इस सायरन के जरिए आम जनता को अलर्ट पर रखा जाएगा और उन्हें यह बताया जाएगा कि अगर युद्ध जैसे हालात और हालात उनके इलाके में बिगड़ते हैं तो अपना बचाव कैसे करना है. एक बार आप इन तस्वीरों को देखिएगा, यहां पर वो तमाम सामान आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे जो आम जनजीवन को इन हालातों में बचाने के लिए काफी हैं. यहां पर आपको लंबी रस्सी नजर आ रही होगी, हेलमेट और लाइफ जैकेट समेत ये हॉर्न, और आप देखिएगा यहां पर ये ड्रोन के जरिए भी इन तमाम इलाकों में निगरानी रखी जाएगी कि कैसे देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा करनी है. मैं आप ही से बात करना चाहूंगा, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम गजन सिंह है.
अच्छा गजन जी, ये सायरन जो आप बजा रहे हैं अभी, इसकी रेंज कितनी है और ये कहां कहां पर डिप्लॉय किए जाएंगे?
1 किलोमीटर तक इसकी आवाज जाती है, बहुत लंबी लंबी दूर तक जाती है इसकी.
1 किलोमीटर, अगर ओपन एरिया है तो 1 किलोमीटर
जाएगी,
काफी दूर तक आवाज जाती है. कितने ये सायरन हैं आपके पास?
अभी तो 4-5 है.
4-5 हैं और भी मंगाए गए हैं आप लोगों की तरफ से. ये जो ड्रोन है आपके हाथ में, इसकी रेंज क्या है?
इसकी रेंज तो लगभग इसकी 2 से 3 किलोमीटर रेंज है.
हवा में
1000 मीटर तक ऊपर जाता है.
1000 ऊपर जाता है और कवर
2-3 किलोमीटर कवर कर देता है.
करेगा. तो इसका रिहर्सल आप लोग कर चुके हैं?
यस सर,
रिहर्सल हो चुका है पूरा. तो देखिए ये ड्रोन है और इस ड्रोन का रिहर्सल हो चुका है. ये सायरन है, इन सायरनों का लगातार रिहर्सल, एक बार बजा दीजिएगा जरा इसको प्लीज. ये सायरन है, इसका भी लगातार रिहर्सल जो है वो ये लोग करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं ताकि कल अगर स्थितियां मॉक ड्रिल को लेकर सामान्य रहती हैं तो कैसे लोगों को यह बताना है कि वो अपने आप को जागरूक रखें और वो अपने आप को इस सायरन की आवाज के बजते ही सुरक्षित स्थानों पर लेकर जाएं.
Jammu and Kashmir police are using advanced surveillance tools on the Srinagar-Jammu highway to enhance counter-terror operations. These tools are crucial for troop safety in high threat and high alert zones. They detect body heat in darkness, fog or through foliage, helping track suspects during night operations.
Highly advanced surveillance system can be seen here on the national highway. This is Srinagar, Jammu, a critical juncture of the highway, and the kind of advanced equipments that we see here. This is one of the images, and this image, this is thermal wall detector that my Vijay Mubashir is showing you. Detects movements or heat signatures behind walls or solid surfaces. Then we have the handheld thermal imager, detects body heat and displays thermal signatures even in the tool darkest. Helps locate hidden persons, used for night patrolling, parameter security and tracking movement in dense areas. Then this one, this is the optical fiber scope, a flexible camera. This is equipped to use to see into confined or hidden spaces, allow security personnel to detect or to inspect behind walls. It's a critical during hostage rescue or clearing suspicious hideouts. Helps confirm the presence of threats before entering into a particular space. These are such equipments that they will even reveal the minute details, minute items that a person tries to hide. These kind of equipments are usually used by Jammu and Kashmir police, those who are deployed on the critical junctures like the national highway, and it not only provides the information but it reveals even what is behind the camera, and not only in the daytime but also these equipments are quite helpful during the night dark hours, providing a helping hand while dealing with the threats on ground.
And this breaking news that's coming in right now, the Jammu and Kashmir police, the POJK refugee groups call for marching home to POK. The POK refugees to march towards the POK on the 11th of May. The refugees are going to march towards Cham sector of POJK on May 11th. March to begin from Jammu, where hundreds of refugees are going to march towards the Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Call given to reclaim land and the rights of the POJK refugees. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran's report from that area.
पूरे देश में ये मांग उठ रही है कि पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर को वापस लिया जाए, क्योंकि पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद से ही देश ये मांग कर रहा है कि पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर को आतंकी कैंप्स और आतंक के लॉन्च पैड्स के लिए इस्तेमाल ना करने दिया जाए। इस बीच पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर के रिफ्यूजी, वो लोग जो अपना घर बार और अपनी ज़मीन सब वहीं छोड़कर जम्मू कश्मीर जिन्हें जो है भेजा गया था, मजबूरी में यहाँ आए क्योंकि उस इलाके में पाकिस्तान ने अवैध रूप से कब्जा कर लिया था। उन्होंने अब जो है एक मांग उठाई है। ये मांग है कि 78 साल का जो वनवास है वो अब ख़त्म हो और ये अपने घरों तक पहुंच पाएं। 11 मई यानी कि रविवार के दिन जो है एक मुहिम की शुरुआत होने वाली है जिसका नाम है मार्चिंग होम, यानी कि घरों पर जाने की मुहिम POK चलो। बात करने के हमारे साथ SOS इंटरनेशनल संस्था के जो चेयरमैन है राजीव चुन्नी, वो मौजूद हैं। राजीव जी, मांग आप लोग कर रहे हैं और एक मार्च की शुरुआत में एक हुजूम के तौर पर आप पाकिस्तान अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर जाएंगे, ऐसे समय में जब पूरा देश यही मांग कर रहा है।
देखें, जो भी यहाँ वारदातें हुई हैं 1947 से लेकर आज तक, चाहे युद्ध हुए हैं, चाहे यहाँ मिलिटेंट्स की वारदात हुई हैं, तो सारे का सारा जो फोकस था वो पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर था और वहाँ पर लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, वहाँ लॉन्चिंग पैड्स हैं और हमें दुख होता है इस बात का कि वो हमारी कर्म भूमि है, जन्मभूमि है। हम वहाँ से विस्थापित होकर बीते 78 सालों से, 78 वर्षों से, 7 से अधिक दशकों से इस बात का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं और ये रिज़ॉल्व है भारत सरकार का कि वो इलाका हमारा अभिन्न अंग है, उसको खाली कराएंगे। हमारे अभिन्न अंग से इस तरह की हरकतें पाकिस्तान कर रहा है और यहाँ आकर निर्दोष लोगों का खून बहाया जाता है और जिस तरीके से अभी ये जो हादसा हुआ है इसको लेकर एक बड़ा भारी रोष है। तो हम यहाँ चुप नहीं बैठ सकते। हमने फैसला किया हमारी संस्था ने, हालांकि हम हर मामले पर, हर मसले पर, इस मामले पर लड़ने के लिए तैयार रहते हैं, हर फोरम पर हमने इस बात को रखा है, लेकिन इस समय हमारे लोग कहते हैं कि भारत सरकार को हमारी ज़रूरत है, हमें भी खुलकर सामने आना चाहिए कि मेरा घर है उसको पाकिस्तान खाली करे और वो तभी खाली करेगा जब हम ओंकार भरेंगे। तो हमने कहा है कि हम आने वाली 11 मई इतवार को अपने लोगों को यहाँ बुला रहे हैं। यहाँ से हम एक मार्च की शक्ल में पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर जम्मू की तरफ बढ़ेंगे और रास्ते में हमें जो भी रोकने की कोशिश करेगा हम रुकने वाले नहीं हैं, नतीजे जो भी हों। लेकिन हम ये ज़रूर चाहेंगे कि जो सिलसिला 1947 में मेरे हिंदू सिखों के कत्ल के साथ पाकिस्तान ने शुरू किया था वो अब थमना चाहिए, रुकना चाहिए, जो नहीं रुक रहा है, और उसको रोकने के लिए हम सरकार के साथ बिल्कुल कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर।
Viewers, Pakistan was hauled over the coals at a closed meeting of the UN Security Council that was convened at its request. Islamabad was left to court global shame as the UNSC members posed several tough questions on the Pahalgam attack, condemning the dastardly attack on 22nd April. The UNSC members demanded Pakistan come clean on the involvement of Lashkar, refusing to buy into the false flag narrative. UNSC identified Pakistan's nuke threat and missile tests as factors behind the escalating tensions along the LOC.
As India prepares for an imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan was left to do its latest bid to raise the Kashmir issue at the United Nations. Pakistan was literally ripped to shreds at a closed meeting of the UNSC. As confirmed by the Pakistan Foreign Office in a social media post, the closed meeting was convened at its behest to discuss the deteriorating regional security due to India's alleged provocative actions. Pakistan was cornered and shamed at the UNSC as the world body posed some straight and sharp questions over the Pahalgam attack. Top sources told Republic that the UNSC members grilled Pakistan on the involvement of Lashkar in Pahalgam and demanded accountability for the attack. Condemning the Pahalgam attack in the strongest terms, the UNSC also grilled Pakistan on picking the victims on the basis of religion. The world body also listed out Pakistan's threat of a nuclear war with India and missile tests as a factor contributing to rising tensions on the international border. As Pakistan finds itself isolated and completely cornered at the UN, it is only a matter of time before every drop of blood in Pahalgam is avenged.
Attempts to politicize terror OGW nexus. Time to call out OGWs what they truly are. Ornab debates why the term OGW is a cruel facade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mehbooba attempts to politicize terror OGW nexus. Time to call out OGWs what they truly are. Ornab debates why the term OGW is a cruel facade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
While India continues to prepare itself and it has vowed revenge, the forces are out there. They're going all out against the terrorists. The former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister and PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti continues to sympathize with the terrorists. Now, yesterday, Mehbooba Mufti claimed that government and the forces are unnecessarily targeting the youth in Kashmir. Today, she wrote to Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and said that security agencies' response to Pahalgam terror attack appeared to be a sweeping and indiscriminate crackdown, pointing to hundreds being detained or booked under stringent laws. Listen in to what exactly Mehbooba Mufti had to say.
कल जो कश्मीरियों ने इस बार पूरा दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ एक कदम उठाया और मुल्क के साथ जुड़े हैं, आप भी खुदा के लिए इसको एक मौका समझ के इसका फायदा उठाइए। अगर वो एक कदम बढ़ते हैं, आप दो कदम बढ़ाइए। ये पकड़ दकड़, ये लाशें दरिया से एनकाउंटर के नाम पे लाशें कश्मीरियों को देना बंद कर दीजिए। और मेरी ये भी डिमांड है लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब से, जो बांडीपोरा में हादसा हुआ, बहुत गरीब है, उनके घर में खाने के लाले, बेचारा मिलिटेंट नहीं था, आप किसी को भी OGW का नाम देके उसको कत्ल करोगे क्या? कल जो आपने इम्तियाज को उधर मार दिया, वो भी बहुत गरीब है। जब तक आप उसकी इंक्वायरी करेगी, कम से कम इन फैमिलीज को कंपनसेशन मिलना चाहिए। ये सब कश्मीरी, ये दहशतगर्द नहीं है, ये मिलिटेंट नहीं है, ये आपके साथ चलना चाहते हैं, शाना बशाना चलना चाहते हैं। अब हादसा वो इनके हाथ में तो नहीं था बेचारों के, ये क्या कर सकते थे?
All right, my colleague Zinat is joining us live on the broadcast. For more, Zinat, tell us more about this sympathetic stand once again that Mehbooba Mufti has taken towards the terrorists.
She has some rant against the security forces. Time and again, we have been seeing the Miss Mufti making all such allegations, and she's pointing fingers towards the security forces. And today, she has written a letter to LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. She has rather said that this is a complete crackdown on the people and those people who have been fighting for those tourists who lost their life, or for those who were the part of the evacuation process. In fact, she said around 3,000 people have been detained and around 100 people have been slapped with PSA. She has urged for LG's intervention to stop all these raids and the arrests, and because Amarnath Yatra is also approaching, so these were the people who will be acting as a service providers to those yatris. She has questioned the kind of the crackdown that the J&K police along with other intelligence agencies has been carried. It is more like seeing that she has mentioned that it is a sweeping crackdown on the Kashmiris, those Kashmiris who laid their lives for the people, for saving them, for evacuating them from the Baisaran, and now they are only facing the action. Miss Mufti also quoted the two of the incidents while talking to press yesterday. One was about the Bandipora, in which the Altaf Lahiri was neutralized in an anti-terror operation, and another was of the Imtiaz from Kulgam, who committed suicide because he was leading the joint forces to a hideout. When he lost his life, he jumped into a Vesho Nala, a river stream in South Kashmir's Kulgam, and JKP has termed it as an act of suicide, for which Miss Mufti has not been convinced. In fact, not only Miss Mufti, but we are seeing the MLA from Kulgam, Sakina Yuttu, also has called for a judicial probe in this incident. Apart from Miss Yuttu, there is MP Aga Ruhullah, who has also questioned the kind of statements that have come on the Kulgam killing.
Zina, thank you so much for joining us with those details on this story, viewers. Now, remember, viewers, Pakistan continues to say that it wants intervention of the US. It has also sought intervention of the United Nations. But guess what? At the UNSC, it was hauled over the coals. It had to face global shame as it was facing some multiple tough questions. Pakistan has been asked at the UNSC that it should come clear on the involvement of Lashkar-e-Taiba as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. And there's much more that happened in this closed meeting at the United Nations Security Council. Take a look at this report to know all the details.
As India prepares for an imminent military response to the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan was left to rue its latest bid to raise the Kashmir issue at the United Nations. Pakistan was literally ripped to shreds at a closed meeting of the UNSC. As confirmed by the Pakistan Foreign Office in a social media post, the closed meeting was convened at its behest to discuss the deteriorating regional security due to India's alleged provocative actions. Pakistan was cornered and shamed at the UNSC as the world body posed some straight and sharp questions over the Pahalgam attack. Top sources told Republic that the UNSC members grilled Pakistan on the involvement of Lashkar in Pahalgam and demanded accountability for the attack. Condemning the Pahalgam attack in the strongest terms, the UNSC also grilled Pakistan on picking the victims on the basis of religion. The world body also listed out Pakistan's threat of a nuclear war with India and missile tests as a factor contributing to rising tensions on the international border. As Pakistan finds itself isolated and completely cornered at the UN, it is only a matter of time before every drop of blood in Pahalgam is avenged.
Now, there is heightened security across Jammu and Kashmir, and the forces are all prepared. Now, at the Jammu-Srinagar highway, the Jammu and Kashmir police have now deployed a mobile fortress. This is a mobile command vehicle, a high-tech command vehicle. That is being used by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Here's my colleague Zeenat's report.
Rolling through the tense Kazigan stretch, the Jammu and Kashmir police's command vehicle stands out not just in size but in purpose. Positioned strategically on the Jammu-Srinagar highway, this high-mobility armored unit is built to withstand both bullets and blasts. What makes it lethal is its multiple firing ports and a roof hatch that ensure rapid engagement if needed, without exposing personnel to direct fire. From the inside, the vehicle is a tactical nerve center fitted with night vision systems, GPS tracking, and secure communication channels for real-time coordination.
Showing you the visuals from this very vehicle that plays a critical role in the high-risk operations across the Kashmir Valley. This vehicle is built to withstand bullets and grenade attacks, keeping our frontier personnel safe during the counter-terror ops and raids in volatile Kashmir Valley. Equipped with firing ports, a top hatch for armed retaliation, and advanced surveillance tools like night vision and GPS tracking. This is more than just transport. It's a mobile command post. Right now it's on the patrol duty in a sensitive locations like Srinagar Jammu National Highway, and this is a Kazigund, which is a critical juncture, ready to respond within minutes to any potential threat. As there is an escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan, we see these vehicles on the standby mode, and in fact the visuals that we beam also tells you how the surveillance is being done while being inside the vehicle. This is one of the such visuals where you see the monitoring is being done, the kind of equipments that it has, from fixed bullet cameras, PTZ cameras, to pneumatic masked, and similarly a thorough walled radar, the remotely piloted vehicle. All this is inside this vehicle. This is more like a bulletproof vehicle, which is this vehicle, this fortress is on the wheels that tells you that how the operations are done and also how you carry the patrol duties.
From surveillance to rapid response, this command vehicle is more than transport. It's a mobile fortress built for the battlefield. On roads shadowed by uncertainty, this is how the Jammu and Kashmir police are reinforcing control mile by mile, mission by mission.
Now, viewers, we've seen how Pakistan has been facing internal conflict within itself, that it is on the verge of breaking into four. We've seen the fault lines between Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and also, of course, other areas like Sindh and Punjab. And retired IAF veteran Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava has said that it could be very much possible that Pakistan, as it is already burdened with the economic crisis and military overreach, could be breaking into pieces very, very soon. Listen in to Air Vice Marshal Srivastava.
First thing I would like to point out here, it's a great discussion to be on our digital platform and have time to talk about it, is that no incident, whether it's a terrorist attack or any kind, in this integrated world, which is so much full of social media, information, and intelligentized kind of information available to more or less whole of the citizens, is isolated. So it's not an isolated incident in my analysis. So let's see what all has happened in the past. The Trump administration came into being, and Trump imposed tariffs in a big way on China. Chinese president wrote to our president that it's time for elephant and dragon to dance together. So there was a little positive indication that let's forget about what is the past, whether it's Galwan or otherwise, and let's work together. On Pakistan side, you see the General Munir, whom I think is not an agent of Pakistani military only, he's an agent of China and also an agent of Western powers, because he gets all his powers, all his weapons, all his resources from there. He drops a soft bomb and talks about Hindu, Muslim, and a divide. Now connect this with, on our side, we have this Waqf bill into motion and lot of opposition to that Waqf bill. If we put all that dots together, you get one picture clear that it is not something which has happened in isolation. If it has not happened in isolation, so what are we trying to compare and contrast? There's a security architecture in Pakistan, which is the power structure of the Pakistan. And let me tell you, Pranav, this is only limited to Pakistani military, because they are the only beneficiaries. As far as the people are concerned, they are reeling under the pressure of inflation. They are reeling under the pressure of debt. The Pakistani rupee has fallen down to its worst value today with respect to dollars. The normal common things which are available to people over there are very costly, and there are inflationary pressures. There is an alienation which was already there all the time from Punjabis ruling over the rest of the Pakistan. There is a BLA factor, and in recent past, a Pakistani military train was hijacked by the BLA fighters, which does not happen in a country where power structure is all stable. Sindh is suffering. The water which should go to them in normal times, I'm not talking about the suspension which has happened after the Pahalgam attack, was being denied because the generals in Punjab are routing it to their farmlands. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they are very happy that Talibani government has come there. They are fighting with them for the Durand line. So none of the parts, the four parts of Pakistan are really stable. That is the security architecture as of there, which only is of the military there. As far as our country is concerned, a security architecture, they thought if they drop a Hindu-Muslim bomb, we'll get into tatters. We remain unified. All parties have supported the government on its response. And we have multi-layered security architecture in our country, and everybody has its own place and its own role. So it's a conflict between one security architecture with another one. Despite we being democracy, democracy has its own, I would say, weaknesses or the fault lines, which adversary tries to exploit. In our case, he tried to exploit the HM thing. He said, Hindu-Muslim, if I do that, it'll seed a kind of conflict on streets for Bharat. It didn't happen. He must be dismayed, therefore he went into hiding after that, because it didn't come out the way he would have thought of. So if we put all that together, we find it's a fight between two nations, one democratic, multi-ethnic, multilingual, and multi-aspirants. There's nobody, you can choose your own government, and you have seen changes of government from one party to another in the past. So can a dictatorial regime which is only concentrated in few hands fight really the regime which is democratic, which is vast, which is economically stable, which is rising? No. The answer is no. That is also known to the adversary. But what can they do? They can do the poke strategy. They can poke us and make us believe that we are weak at this time. They can act as agents of China, and you relate it with the dragon and elephant dance, then you find that China is now looking for, after the tariffs, a market which is available to him, 140 crore Indians, out of which nearly 800 are middle-class Indians. So if this market is available to them, any other market actually in the world is not required for their goods. We have blocked that, and we have blocked that really correctly. Because that is not the way we are going to stop our Atmanirbharta campaign, which has been launched by the Prime Minister. But when you take the whole global picture in mind, now you asked a very pay the dividends. It's a very strong power.
So while our veterans continue to talk about India.
पहले ही हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था और उसी लिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसल किया था। ये मैं एक पेपर में पढ़ा।
Now, viewers, it's been 14 days since the brutal attack on innocent Indians at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, viewers. Now, India has vowed revenge and it is waiting for the right time, the right place and, of course, the right way to strike back. But what are the options on the table? Here's a report that explains what could be India's response, how it could be carried out. Take a look.
Amid rising tension between India and Pakistan post the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan has entered a visible state of anxiety and nervousness. The spike in ceasefire violations, sudden military movement, and increasingly jittery public statements suggest a leadership preparing for consequences. In contrast, India's posture has been restrained. There's no responsible for Western operations and, more crucially, long known to provide logistical sanctuary to extremist elements operating along the Afghan frontier. A missile like the BrahMos, launched from platforms in Jammu or Leh, can strike with such precision and velocity that Peshawar's airbase or corps headquarters would be reduced to silence before an alarm could even be raised. It's widely understood that Pakistan's modern air defense platforms are disproportionately concentrated in Punjab. Cities like Peshawar, while militarily important, sit outside that protective arc. In a war scenario, rash decisions will be made, and Peshawar will likely be deemed expendable. Move south west to Sialkot, practically on the border with India. It hosts the 15th Infantry Division, critical to Pakistan's line of control posture and a key supply node for both war and trade. And yet, its proximity makes it impossible to defend effectively. A precision strike using the ROKS air-to-surface missile deployed from Indian jets flying well within our airspace could demolish key cantonment infrastructure or ammunition stockpiles without giving Pakistan a window to react. In military calculations, Sialkot's fate would be sealed in the opening hour of conflict. What follows would be an information blackout and operational paralysis in a frontline district. Sargodha, deeper in central Punjab, poses a different kind of threat and opportunity. It houses one of Pakistan's main Air Force bases with runway facilities and shelters suspected to host part of the country's nuclear delivery platforms. The Rudram 2, with its anti-radiation capabilities, was built for exactly this scenario, to blind the radar grids, cripple communication networks, and make flying impossible before a single dogfight begins. It's likely that defenses around Sargodha exist, but military resources, even the best ones, must be rationed. And with Rawalpindi, Lahore and Islamabad competing for the same defensive umbrella, choices will be made. Strategic depth won't guarantee safety when the adversary's precision is surgical. And now let's shift the lens far south to Hyderabad in Sindh. Here lies the blind spot in Pakistan's military doctrine. A city integral to Pakistan's industrial base and supporting the Karachi command chain, it has long operated under the assumption of strategic irrelevance, too far from India, too low on the target list. That's no longer the case. The BrahMos A, launched from Indian Sukhoi 30 MKIs in Gujarat, can reach Hyderabad in under 5 minutes. With negligible anti-air defense system and no significant fighter presence, Hyderabad is defenseless against a decapitation strike. This isn't just military vulnerability. It's a strategic vacuum created by decades-long concentration of defense investment elsewhere. And then comes Karachi, the jewel and the jugular. A sprawling megacity, it is the backbone of Pakistan's economy and the nerve center of its naval operations. A conventional strike by an Agni-2 ballistic missile, equipped with a non-nuclear payload but enough raw power to devastate shipyards or command installations, could rip through Karachi's military infrastructure and financial nerve centers in one blow. Pakistan's defenses in Karachi, though more robust than elsewhere, are scattered and thinly stretched. And the question that haunts every command room is simple. If war breaks out across multiple theaters, who gets priority? The answer isn't always Karachi. Put together, the pattern is clear. Pakistan's defenses are built to shield Punjab. Cities in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Sindh, despite their economic and military value, are left with minimal protection. India, on the other hand, had spent years acquiring the capability to strike deep and fast. If a larger response is ordered, it won't just be across the line of control. It will be calibrated, long range, and designed to hurt where it matters most. What happens next depends on what Pakistan does next. But the strategic picture is already tilted. For now, India waits, Pakistan watches, and its cities lie exposed.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. India and the UK sealed the free trade agreement. This is the big news that's coming in as we are speaking, viewers. The India and the UK sealed the free trade agreement. This is something that was in the works. I'm going to give you more details on the big story that we are breaking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi has now tweeted, "I'm delighted to speak with my friend Prime Minister Keir Starmer in a historic milestone. India and the UK have successfully concluded an ambitious and mutually beneficial free trade agreement along with a double contribution convention." The Prime Minister has now tweeted on the UK-India free trade deal agreement that has been sealed. The Prime Minister further tweets, "These landmark agreements will further deepen our comprehensive strategic partnership and catalyze trade, investment, growth, job creation and innovation in both our economies." The Prime Minister writes on this historic landmark trade pact that he looks forward to working with Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Starmer, who's going to be in India soon.
Mehbooba attempts to politicize terror OGW nexus. Time to call out OGWs what they truly are. Ornov debates why the term OGW is a cruel facade. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They
Pakistani politician exposes Pakistan, says the country must take war with India seriously. India strikes down on terror, but Mehbooba Mufti fights for the Overground workers, calls them innocent.
हमले के 3 दिन पहले ही वहां इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मोदी जी को भेजा था और उसी लिए मोदी जी ने कश्मीर जाने का प्रोग्राम कैंसिल किया था।
Congress peddles fake news, giving ammunition to Pakistan, claims the Prime Minister had intel report on impending attack in Pahalgam. Pakistan rebuked at the UNSC over Pahalgam attack. Members reject the false flag narrative, calls missile tests escalatory. Uprising in Balochistan. Pakistan army attacked in Balochistan. Casualties feared. Open rebellion in Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa cleric in Islamabad declares revolt against the Pakistani army. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV from the front in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, reporting from Srinagar, and we have our network of reporters who are getting you each and every update as India prepares, and India has vowed to strike back. India is, of course, waiting for the revenge, and revenge is coming, viewers. Now we'll just go across to my colleague to other search operations that are going on right now. I have my colleague Arawat, who is reporting from Baramulla. Harsha is joining us from Poonch, and Gursimran Singh is joining us from the RS-Pura international border in Jammu as well. Viewers, we'll go to my colleague Arawat first, where he's standing. There is a search operation that is going on. Over to you, Arawat.
Rakshita, we have seen that the search operation has been intensified across the parts of the Kashmir Valley, and right now we are in the border district of the Baramulla, and we have seen that the special checkpoints have been established at the various sensitive locations, the roads, the national highways, which leads to sensitive locations of the Kashmir Valley, particularly in the Uri sector, in the Kupwara sector, where we have seen that the back-to-back ceasefire violations are taking place. Then after, we have seen that the security forces on toes from the line of control areas to other towns of the Kashmir Valley, that the forces we have already seen that the alertness of the forces from the Pahalgam of central Kashmir and the South Kashmir. There are the multiple locations in the Kashmir Valley where we have seen that the search operation are being carried out by the joint security forces. Whether we will talk about the special operation group of the Jammu and Kashmir police, which is on the toes. Also we have seen that the multiple checkpoints have been established on the important national highways, particularly in the North Kashmir, the roads which leads to border areas. Also, not only this on the roads, but we have seen that the drone surveillance has also been intensified in the various sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley, from the line of control areas to snowbound areas of the other sectors of the Kashmir Valley. For the security reasons, we cannot show the actual visuals where the security frisking and other operations are going on. But yes, we have seen that the high alert is on in the Kashmir Valley, as we have seen that the forces are on toes to nab the attackers who has done the terror attack in the Pahalgam. After that, we have seen there are the multiple locations in the Kashmir Valley where we have seen that the search are being carried. Also, the door-to-door search operations are also underway in the various sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley, particularly in the North Kashmir, South Kashmir and the Central Kashmir. Also, we have seen that the OGWs who are having the affiliation with the terror outfits like Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba and other terrorist organizations, we have seen that the houses of these terror associates were also raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police from the last couple of days, as we have seen some electronic gadgets and other stuff have also been seized during the search operation. Then after, we have seen that some suspects have also been arrested after the Pahalgam deadly attack, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their lives in the deadly terror attack. After that, we have seen that the individuals were also detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police for the precautionary measures. Also, we have seen that the high alert is on across the Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, Arawat, stay on with us. We also have my colleague Gursimran Singh, who has been tracking all the developments from along the international border. He has got us this report. We'll go across to him live, but first, this report that he filed from Arnia sector. And this is, of course, about the mock drills. Remember, the MHA has issued directives to several states and union territories. In Jammu and Kashmir, of course, the mock drills have been going on for the past few days. And in Jammu, Gursimran Singh had visited one such school where the mock drills were taking place. Here's a report.
Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan international border in the RS-Pura sector, and this is one of those borders where India used to exchange sweets with the Pakistani counterparts on the big days. But now the things have turned completely different due to the Pakistan's involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack, and now the border outpost in the Octrai has been closed. There used to be a gate where people used to go to see where actually the Pakistan is, because Pakistan is hardly 150 meters from the gate that is there. That gate that was used to open on daily basis, and the people used to go there to see the Pakistani territory. But now the things have turned almost different. Not only the gates have been closed permanently by the border security force as a precautionary measure, because on the other side is the Pakistan that is resorting to cross-border violation every single day. So to save the lives of the civilians and also to ensure that no life is kept at stake, this gate has been closed, and also the beating the retreat ceremony that used to be held on 2 days, that is the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, that too has been now curtailed to only the parade only. This means no celebrations, no cultural programs here at the Indo-Pakistan international border, as a high alert has been sounded all across this border. This border is really very important because from here on, a couple of kilometers from here, and then starts the line of control. Pakistan has violated the ceasefire on the international border, and that's why the BSF troops, they are always on the standby, keeping a full watch on what is happening across the border, because Pakistan cannot be trusted, as they, for the first time in many years, have increased the deployment of the Pakistani Rangers, the 13 Chenab Rangers that have been deployed on the other side of the border, and this border continues to be sensitive for the border security force, as the BSF time and again has foiled multiple attempts of the adversary Pakistan to push terrorists into the Indian territory, to push weapons into the Indian territory using the drones. So all these attempts of the Pakistan continues, and that's why we have witnessed today large-scale mock drills taking place, and one such has taken place at the government primary school in Aranya. This is the report from the International Border School. The mock drills have begun across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and today the subjects have also changed on ground. The subjects have now changed from the usual English, Hindi, mathematics to the mock drill. You see on the blackboard that a mock drill is the subject for today that is being taught to these students. These are the primary school students that are being taught the drills. I have the school teacher with me. We'll speak to them first. Sir, क्या-क्या सिखा रहे हैं आज बच्चों को? आज सब्जेक्ट बदल गए हैं, मॉक ड्रिल सब्जेक्ट बन गया।
बिल्कुल सर, आज मॉक ड्रिल था मॉर्निंग असेंबली में, हमारा मॉक ड्रिल ही चला, इसके बारे में चर्चा हुई है। तो हमने बच्चों को बताया हुआ है कि अगर इन केस ऐसा हो जाता है तो जैसे मैंने पहले इनको वार्निंग दी होती है कि जब ऐसा होता है तब सारे बच्चे जहाँ भी होते हैं लेट जाते हैं।
इनसे एक बार ड्रिल आप करवा के बताएं, क्या ड्रिल करवा?
बिल्कुल सर, मैं करके रख देता हूँ। जब बच्चों को ऐसा हो जाता है, एकदम फायरिंग की आवाज़ आ जाती है, तो हम सारे बच्चों को बोलते हैं सभी नीचे बैठ जाओ, सभी नीचे।
So you see that the children along with the teachers, they have gone down because it is important. First, if there is a trajectory weapon, it will blast like that. So the implications will be somewhere who is standing, but those who are down, those who have taken the cover, it will be lesser impact for them, and that's why all the children here, they have taken the shelter under this. बेटा क्या बताया सर ने आपको अगर फायर हो जाए?
सर जी ने हमें बताया कि हमें किसी मोर्चे में छुप जाना है, किसी कमरे के नीचे लेट जाना है, कोने में जाके,
कोने में या फिर किसी कमरे में लेट जाना है, बंकर में छिप जाना है. They have been taught, and also they have been taught how to move out of the class by just crawling, because it is not a suitable time that they will get to go up, and the teachers are themselves teaching. See the government teachers how they are ensuring that the children move out of the room, because this is very important, because children do not get that time at that given point when the firing is taking place that they stand, because that can invite the problems or any of the hits to them. And that's why they are crawling themselves from the classrooms, going to the other room, that is the principal's room, that has a concrete wall, can act like a semi-bunker. And these are the preparations that are being done in the area of the international border, because these preparations are must. Reason being the situation that is prevailing on the borders.
In fact, we also have Harsha who's joining us from Jammu's Poonch. Harsha, you have been reporting from the last villages along the border. You've been showing us the bunkers, how the people are in those villages preparing themselves. What is the latest as far as the situation there in Poonch of Jammu is concerned?
So, Rakshita, as you pointed out rightly, that there are civilians who are completely ready, because at the time of the war, civilians have to ensure that they are prepared, and there's a particular shelter or the bunker where they can hide at the time of the war, and that is the reason why we have been continuously showcasing that how the last villages are there, not only standing with the army, but are completely ready at the time of the emergency. Right now, also where I'm standing, this is this village, Salotri, is a very close proximity to the LOC. The fencing, the LOC is just 20 meters away from where I'm standing, and the last village is also Khadi and also Gulpur. So these border villages are very important as far as the operations are also concerned, and if there will be a shelling from the side of the Pakistan, then how these people are going to combat and deal with that situation, that has been taught to them, and the forces have also trained them how to respond. So the first response is very much important. Also tomorrow is a mock drill, and before that mock drill today in the government school in this village, and also In the bunkers also the mock drill took place. They also prepared themselves about the emergency situation where they will be participating tomorrow when the mock drill happens. Also, Rakshita, I'll show you the dense forest where the SOG carried out search operation not only today but yesterday as well, because in the Poonch area IEDs were discovered yesterday in the tiffin box and in the steel bucket. So it is also important keeping in mind that Poonch is a very rough terrain. It's a very sensitive terrain as far as in past the shelling and the ceasefire violation from the Pakistan is considered, and therefore whenever the villagers suspect there is a suspicious movement in the nearby area, because this is a very close area to the LC, then immediately SOG comes here. They conduct a search operation to neutralize any potential threat. So this is what we are trying to report from here and trying to showcase that how people in the sensitive terrain are living, and also they're standing with the forces, because on the front army will fight, but on the back these villagers will stand with army and provide them with every necessity and whatever they can to help the forces with ration, with food, with whatever, and any possible way the support could be given. And that is the reason why the villages in this Poonch area becomes very much important when the war will hit, and how our forces are completely ready and set when the situation like that arises. Back to you, Rakshita.
Harsha, thanks so much for joining us with those details. In fact, we also have my colleague Soumya, who has reported from Kupwara, where after an intelligence input and a joint operation was launched, the SOG was involved, and the forested areas, the forested hilly areas were combed by the forces. Here's more on that.
In the backdrop of the deadly Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed 26 innocent lives, special search operations have been beefed up across Jammu and Kashmir by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir's SOG. Now today we bring you a latest update in the developing situation here, where a special search operation is currently underway, led by the Special Operations Group of Jammu and Kashmir. This operation was initiated following credible reports from local civilians who detected suspicious movements here in this dense forest area of Kupwara. For security reasons, we are not going to reveal the exact location. However, acting swiftly on this intelligence, the SOG has launched a meticulous and strategic search to locate and neutralize any potential threat. This forested terrain, known for its challenging landscape, is being thoroughly combed to ensure no stone is left unturned. However, if we talk about the tip by the civilian given to the SOG, the movement was detected down here on this side of the forest. This is where the movement was detected by the local civilian here. After that, as per the SOG, this particular forest is one of the most commonly used route by the terrorists, who often cross the LOC to get inside the interiors of Kashmir. If SOGs are to be believed, on the top of this mountain range of this dense forest, there are multiple hideouts that have been busted by the SOGs, and this is one of the most commonly used routes by the terrorists, who use this to get inside the interiors of Kashmir, because this particular forest connects to the Lolab Valley, which is on this side of the forest, and is considered as a hub of terrorists who cross the LOC and try to make an attempt to get into the interiors of Kashmir. This is one such special operation that is conducted by the SOG here today in Kashmir. This is Soumya Jaiswal with Vijay Manish for Republic TV.
So Republic TV viewers continue to report from the front. I thank all our reporters, Simran Rawat and Harsha, joining us live on the broadcast from several fronts. And Republic TV's rolling coverage continues as India vows revenge, and the revenge is coming, viewers. We'll be right back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the verge of collapse, right? Economic collapse.
Right, we will let's take another look at breaking news. Now, in a major breakthrough against the ISI-backed cross-border terror networks, the SSOC Amritsar, in a joint operation with Central Agency, recovers a cache of terrorist hardware in an intelligence-led operation in the forested area near Tibba Nangal Kular Road, SBS Nagar. 2 rocket-propelled grenades, 2 improvised explosive devices, 5 P-86 hand grenades, and 1 wireless communication set recovered. DRDO and Indian Navy successfully undertook a combat firing with a reduced explosive of the indigenously designed and developed multi-influence ground mine. Rajnath Singh also complimented DRDO, Indian Navy and the industry on on this achievement. He said that the system would further enhance undersea warfare capabilities of the Indian Navy. Indian Army honed their combat skills in an integrated surveillance and firepower exercise, mastering drills and refining procedures. Spare Corps warriors executed seamless battlefield surveillance to precision strikes, sharpening crew proficiency and elevating combat readiness. The exercise brought out teamwork with various arms and ITBP, thus pushing limits, perfecting joint operations and staying mission ready. On the high-risk Srinagar-Jammu National Highway, security measures are evolving rapidly. Jammu and Kashmir police are deploying advanced surveillance devices to boost counter-terror operations and safeguard personnel. These devices can detect body heat in total darkness through fog or even behind the dense cover, making them a powerful asset during night operations and search missions. Jammu and Kashmir roped in a technologically advanced armoured vehicle for anti-terror operations positioned strategically on the Jammu-Srinagar highway. This high-mobility armoured unit is built to withstand both bullets and blasts. From the inside, the vehicle is a tactical nerve centre fitted with night vision systems, GPS tracking and secure communication channels for real-time coordination. Now, Pakistan continues with its unprovoked firings, viewers, and along the border, the bunkers are being fortified. In the latest, we have my colleague Bhaskar, who has reported from the Samba sector, where the Samba administration has expedited the construction of the border bunkers. Take a look at this report.
इस वक्त हम लोग है जम्मू के अंदर जो संबा सेक्टर के अंदर एक एलओसी के बिल्कुल बगल वाले इलाका में, और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि बंकर तैयारी का जो काम वो काम चल रहा है। कुल मिला के 12 बंकर इधर बन चुका है। ये आखिरी बंकर है जो भी 2 दिन के अंदर तैयार हो जाएगा। और इन लोगों का कहना है कि एक बंकर में कम से कम 40 से 50 लोग रह सकते हैं। अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो इसके अंदर सारे जो इंतज़ाम भी रहेगा। और देखिए यहाँ पे जो बंकर तैयारी का काम जो चल रहा है वो काम इधर तेज़ी से चल रहा है। और ये सारे चीज़ें सब बता रहे हैं कि ये आखिर में जो युद्ध हो सकता है उसी का प्रिपरेशन है। इंडिया की तरफ से रिवेंज लिया जाएगा, लेकिन सारे इंतज़ाम यहाँ पे आम लोग कर चुके हैं कि कोई भी दिन अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो ये सारे बंकर में वो लोग शेल्टर ले सकते हैं।
The Indian Army Spear Corps is raising the bar. In fact, it has sharpened the combat readiness and is not just training, they are also setting the standard for modern day warfare. Here's a look at this very special video.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते, and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war?
They don't have. If they don't get an IMF loan, they defaulted. So they don't have the money to service the submarines that leave alone. They don't have money to get the fuel for their jet.
Pakistan is on the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Tuesday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, the big news coming in right now. India has issued a NOTAM for a big exercise coming up in Rajasthan. We'll get you all the details in a short while from now. The other big details that we are also getting you tonight is how Pakistan army has been completely thinned out. As far as what's really happening in Balochistan, key areas, key checkposts have now been taken under control by the Balochistan Liberation Army. We'll get you full details of it and the big news coming in of an IED explosion that has taken place where Pakistani soldiers have been injured. All this and much more in this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, let's take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Pakistan completely loses the grip at its western border. Balochistan Liberation Army rebels launch fresh coordinated attacks on Pakistani forces. Open rebellion in Pakistan after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Cleric in Islamabad declares revolt against the Pakistan army. Pakistan rebuked at United Nations Security Council over Pahalgam attack. Members reject the false flag narrative, calls the missile tests escalatory.
आज एक खास सोच के साथ आए थे, एक खास जज्बे के साथ आए थे। हमने डिस्कस करना था इस सारी सूरत हाल को, लेकिन किसको सुनाया? तो इसलिए मैं कम से कम ऐवान से जाना चाहता हूं और इस ऐवान का वजीर हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाहता।
Pakistani politician exposes Pakistan says the country must take war with India seriously. A strategic silence by the Indian armed forces. And as they say, revenge is best served cold. And that's exactly what's happening. Starting with the breaking news now coming in. India has issued a NOTAM for a
fairly large air exercise along the southern section of its border with Pakistan. It is scheduled between 7th and 8th of May. In fact, what we are picking up is that this is going to be conducted by the Indian Air Force. Right now, the coordinates have also been issued. Remember, these are warnings that have been issued so that the airspace can be completely cleared out. Over the last 7 days, there have been at least 2 major exercises that have been carried out. One by the Indian Navy, that's along the Arabian Sea. And as far as this exercise is concerned, remember, this exercise, we are now being told that is being carried out in Rajasthan. It's a 2-day exercise, a fairly large exercise that is going to be carried out. Initial details basically emerging that this could be an integrated air exercise to be carried out, looking into the air defense and a few other issues that would be settled during this particular exercise to be carried out. Multiple air exercises that are now being carried out. In fact, what you see right now are details of the coordinates that have been put out by the Air Force. In fact, let's just take you through some of the details emerging right now with regards to the air exercise. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not a scheduled air exercise. Unlike what we have seen in the past, where, remember, these would have been a scheduled air exercise, keeping in mind the current situation. All 3 services, starting with the Indian Army, then Indian Navy, and now the Air Force carrying out. First, as far as the Indian Army is concerned, military drills that have already been carried out in Rajasthan. We are being told that a similar sort of exercise is once again scheduled in the coming few days as far as the army is concerned, which is essentially going to use several of the multi-barrel rocket launchers, and as far as cruise missiles are concerned, are also going to be tested by the Indian Army in the next few days itself. That's the other big breaking news now coming in. Let me also tell you what's happening with the Indian Navy. As far as the Indian Navy is concerned, along with the Indian Coast Guard, there is also another exercise that is being carried out. This is along the Arabian Sea. Patrolling has also been increased along the Arabian Sea at this point in time, with offshore patrol vessels that have been introduced by the Indian Coast Guard along with the Indian Navy to carry out precision attacks. In fact, surface-to-surface air missiles have also been tested by the Indian Navy. Now, the other big news now coming in is with the NOTAM that has been issued a short while back, clearly goes on to indicate that the Indian Air Force has now also carried out another air exercise, is what we are being told right now. These are the details that are emerging right now. In a short while from now, we are also going to get you more details as to what this air exercise is all about. The preliminary information that we have is that the Indian Air Force is going to carry out their exercise. This is followed by the exercise that was carried out by the Indian Navy as well as the Army. The top story tonight on This Is Exclusive. The focus has been on what's happening inside Balochistan and the very fact that the Pakistani army has been completely thinned out. A significant development that has taken place with key areas in Balochistan being taken into consideration by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, checkposts are under their control. We're being told that there is a retaliatory measure that has been taken by the Pakistan Army. The latest details coming in. First, with regards to the breaking news, a deadly IED blast has struck a military convoy in the Gishtari area of Bolan district in Balochistan, killing 6 Pakistani army personnel, including a special operations commander, injuring 5 others. And now the explosion occurred during a routine patrol between Amir Post and Ali Khan Base. According to sources, this attack marks a significant escalation in the violence in this particular area, in this province. Now, remember, over the last 4 days, Balochistan Liberation Army has been able to take control of certain checkposts, certain cities, particularly in Kalat. As far as Pakistani army is concerned, the Pakistani army has also been inflicted with several damages. Now, I'm going to take you through some of the details, some of the key areas in Balochistan which has been taken under control. In Balochistan itself, you have the Pakistani army losing control over these very areas. Let's begin with the first few areas that in the last few days, starting from Friday, the first attack that took place was on Friday. Subsequently, on Saturday and Sunday too, we are given to understand, continued till about late last evening, these coordinated assaults have been carried out in a place called Mangochar. What you see here on your screens right now, this strip of the road in Mangochar is basically used by the Pakistani army to ferry their movement of weapons, basically moving towards you have some of the port areas where the weapons are basically being sent. Now that has been blocked. Let's also take you through the other area. This part of the Kalat district, Khazaneh, it's again for the first time that these key areas have been taken under control by the Balochistan Liberation Army. But the fact of the matter is that it sends across a very strong message. Now, this is one side of the problem that the Pakistani army basically faces. Let's also take you through what's really happening as far as the Durand line is concerned. In Durand line, a short while back, we've got the information that there has been a mass exodus that has taken place. And that has once again put the Pakistani establishment on the back foot. The reason being the Taliban has issued a fresh statement. Let me take you through the details that's emerging. I'll go across to Republic reporter Hashmat, who's joining us from Kabul right now. Hashmat, thank you very much for joining us from Kabul. You've sent us the first report from the Durand line. And from Durand line, what we saw, there was a mass exodus. How exactly is the Taliban basically responding? Is there some sort of an ultimatum that has been given to the Pakistanis?
Good evening, sir, to you, to all viewers. As you know, the crisis going on India with Pakistan, but the relation of Afghanistan and Pakistan is not hopeful. A few minutes ago, the ex-president Hamid Karzai wrote it on his X account that the Pakistan military didn't name their rockets on Afghan famous personalities. And also, ex-president Karzai said that there is no good behavior with Afghan refugees in Pakistan. Also in Juryland, I have reported that in these 2 months, 34 बच्चे दुनिया में आए हैं और बहुत लोग तकलीफ में हर रोज the dozens of refugees are arrested by Pakistan police and they are deporting from Pahalgam Gate and Juryland. As I have speak with many social activists, journalists, and political persons, they condemn this action of Pakistan, and also I have reported from the UN line that there's a lot of problems and health department, also another department for the refugees. Also, the thing that in the Spielberg, that the UN line and the Kandahar province, there's also not good behavior with the pupil refugees, and also Pakistan police didn't let the pupil with their visa on that gate. And also in Turkham, there's challenges, problems, and there is no good behavior with the refugees, and the refugees in a bad position in the Turkham camp.
But a quick question with regards to the latest statement that has now been put by the Taliban on the Kashmir issue. Clearly, the Taliban has been supporting India's position on this entire issue. Has there been any other development that has taken place? Because I just saw a short while back, there was a statement that was put out by the Taliban. What is it about?
Sir, as I guess, as a journalist and social activist, a lot of Taliban leaders, they supported India. Because of this, that the foreign ministry also have press releases that they said they want good economic relation with the India's, and also they said that the Kashmir issue is a big risk for all countries, and we want good economic relation with the India. Also, Afghan interior minister and also foreign minister and many Afghan Taliban leaders have met Indian diplomats last month. And as I have reported, but it's not confirmed, that here in the Indian embassy, every day the Indian diplomats have good meetings with Taliban leaders. When I go the last days to durance, I speak with many Taliban commanders, and also that I have get from social media. All of them condemned the Kashmir happening. Also, they want to have good relations with India.
On with us, because I also have Republic Defense Strategy expert joining us, Major Samarpal Tur. Major Tur, you've heard what has essentially happened right now. I'm told that we have lost the line with Major Tur. We'll go back to him in a short while from now. I'm going to just quickly take you through some of the visuals and how both are basically interlinked. The fact that what you're seeing right now on the screens, these are the coordinated assault that has been carried out by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, you have had key defense installations in Balochistan where these attacks have been carried out, putting the Pakistanis completely on the back foot. So much so that the Pakistanis had to call in for additional reinforcements to basically tackle the growing hostility in Balochistan. With the Balochistan Liberation Army being able to send across a very, very strong message. In fact, you've had most of these structures that you see which have been attacked, local police station that has been attacked. Some of the Pakistani policemen, they have been taken into the custody by the Balochistan Liberation Army. If I can just quickly take you through a shift focus to what's really happening along the Durand line, as we have got another report coming up, and Hashmat is joining us from Kabul. I want to also quickly move on to what's really happening along the Durand line. On your screens right now, it's the AFPAC face-off that's actually taking place 3 kilometers away from the Durand line, where this report has just been filed by Hashmat. In fact, Hashmat has spoken to several of the refugees there. Now, this report that Hashmat has sent us is from Turkham. In Turkham itself, several of these refugees who were asked to leave Pakistan are all camping here. And because of this current situation, the Taliban has basically sent across a message to the Pakistan that they are not going to accept this anymore. And they want the situation to be resolved because the exodus basically continues. In fact, we're given to understand the number of people who have actually come in has also increased. Can I also have Hashmat back joining us live from Kabul right now? Republic, the only network to get you a live presence also from Kabul, because right now Pakistan has been squeezed from all sides. Now the latest coming in from Afghanistan, where Hashmat is reporting. Hashmat, what's the situation like along the Durand line? Because you were reporting from there over the last few days. The latest report that you have sent us today is an indication that the exodus basically continues. More of the refugees are coming in from Pakistan.
हाँ सर, अभी जो मैं मेरा दोस्त लोग गुजरे में उसके साथ रिलेशन भी और मैंने कॉल किया आज देख रहा है वीडियोस में अभी हर रोज dozens of Afghan refugees have been arrested by Pakistan police army and they have deported to Afghanistan. Yesterday I have reported that in just 2 or 1 month मोर देन 30 माओ ने अपने बच्चों को जन्म दिया है, लेकिन उधर जो हेल्थ इक्विपमेंट वगैरह है उधर वो लोग प्रॉब्लम्स में। और मैंने जब ये रिपोर्ट और ये तस्वीर जो बनाता था तो जो तालिब कमांडर लोग वहाँ खड़े थे और मैंने कहा कि मैं ये तस्वीर ले रहा हूँ, वो बहुत गुस्से में था। और जो पेशामत था और जिस तरह अफगान मार्जिन को निकाल रहा था, उन्होंने कहा चल एक बार ये रिफ्यूजी निकालने दे, फिर हम देख लेंगे कि हम क्या करेंगे। ये लोग बहुत गुस्से में था, आम लोग बहुत गुस्से में था। उन लोग कह रहे कि उनके पैसे सब कुछ चीजें उनके छोड़कर पाकिस्तान से जबरदस्ती रिपोर्ट किया है। और अभी जो एक और मसला है, जो पाकिस्तान में PLA और PDM और जो पश्तून पठान लीडर्स वगैरह उन्होंने भी ये हरकत को कॉन्डेम किया और अगेंस्ट इंडिया जो वार होने वाला है और हो सके उन्होंने कहा हम किसी वार में हिस्सा नहीं लेंगे।
हाशमत, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं करना चाहूंगा आपसे, क्योंकि आपने लगातार तालिबान से भी बात करने की कोशिश की और उन्होंने भी ये कहा कि जिस तरह से इस वक्त पाकिस्तान में सियासत चल रही है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर, वो साफ तरीके से एक तरह उन्होंने अल्टीमेटम दे दिया। इस वक्त पाकिस्तान को एक अल्टीमेटम दिया गया है कि आखिरकार दुरंद वाले मामले को सॉल्व करे और भारत की बात को लेकर भी साफ तरीके से तालिबान ये करे कि इसके पीछे पाकिस्तान का हाथ है।
हाँ सर, यही था। मैं जब गया था कुछ तालिब कमांडर्स और सोल्जर थे तो जो वो कमरे के सामने नहीं आता, तो जब मैंने उनसे पूछा कि मैं इधर आया हूँ रिफ्यूजी के हालत में, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम देख लेंगे, जब ये रिफ्यूजी निकलेंगे तो हम जो भी हमारा बस में हम वही करेंगे। यानी जनरली सब लोग गुस्से में था, आम लोग और तालिब कमांडर लोग जो थे। और जब मैंने देखा तो सब में तो मुझे सिचुएशन अभी भी अच्छा नहीं लगा। और इन माय माइंड हो सकता है जब एक महीने जो पहले जो क्लैश हुआ था, हो सकता है जो बिहेवियर जो रिफ्यूजी के साथ हो रहा है, हो सकता है तो हम में फिर भी अफगान तालिबान और पाकिस्तान आर्मी दरमियान क्लैश होंगे।
Thank you very much, Hashmat, for getting us the latest report from Afghanistan. Our continuous focus has been how Pakistan has been completely isolated in a way, and the fact that even Taliban has put the gun on their heads right now. Shifting focus now to a very special segment that we're getting to you tonight is with regards to how exactly, in a world where there is speed, there is precision, which basically defines supremacy, India's BrahMos missile stands as a symbol of unmatched power and purpose. It's born from the Indo-Russian collaboration and rooted in divine legacy. BrahMos, in fact, is not just a missile. It's a modern-day Brahmastra. And it's a supersonic, with its speed that it has, pinpoint accuracy, multi-platform versatility, it reshapes the rules of engagement. In fact, a guardian of strategic deterrence and a tool of surgical precision, BrahMos reinforces India's resolve to lead with control, not chaos. This is more than just a weapon. It's a statement of strength, sovereignty, and cultural pride. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in this segment that what we are calling now as Know Your Arms and Ammunition, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be proud to know how India is well poised with this cruise missile. We're going to just take you through a snippet of some of the exercises that have been carried out in the last few months and some of the military drills that have been carried out in the last few days itself. And the BrahMos missile has been extensively used by the Indian Army. We are going to show you some of the images that have never been released before this. In fact, for the first time, you're essentially going to see some of those very images of the exercises that have been carried out. First, let's take a look at those very images, because this is for the first time that you're basically looking at some of these drills that have been carried out. Can we first show the videos once again to our viewers, and then I'm going to take you through why this is so very significant and why it strengthens our army like never before. Well, what makes the BrahMos missile so very special? Because of its unmatched precision. In fact, this is one of the few cruise missiles that can actually penetrate some of the most well-known air defense system, and that's the reason why it's called the most lethal cruise missiles that has actually been designed. Remember, there's a lot that has gone into the research and development of the BrahMos. This is a collaboration between India and Russia. But I'm going to just quickly take you through why it has got unmatched precision and the fact that it can also make certain deviations while even after a target is actually locked. Now, let me tell you why this is so very powerful and so very useful for the Indian Army. Because it flies at speeds at up to Mach 3. These are supersonic speed that we are essentially talking about. Let's move to the other. It's extremely hard to intercept due to the high speed, and that's the reason why I've been saying that even the best of air defense sometimes would actually fail if a cruise missile like BrahMos is actually fired. It delivers precision strikes within just a few meters. So if you look at the strategic depth that we are essentially talking about, this goes way ahead. It reduces the enemy reaction time. So once it is fired, once the targets are essentially locked, there is very little time for navigation, for the maneuverability. It reduces, as I just pointed out, the time that you're basically looking at. It can be launched from land, sea and air, and that is the reason why it can be used by any of our tri-services, and the fact that it can be used from any platform. Integrated with the Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jets, so that is the reason why, remember, with the Air Force also carrying out this in very of the exercises that they have carried out in the past, they've used this. Deployed on the naval destroyers as well as the submarines. So that makes the platform versatility that this missile actually has got. Ideal for flexible battlefield operations. So it basically helps you to look at long range precision strikes. Its original range was basically limited to 290 kilometers. Now that has also been upgraded over a period of time. There are new variants that have also been brought in, and that, ladies and gentlemen, can actually reach about 800 kilometers. So as far as Pakistan is concerned, remember, many of their cities are well within our range right now with kind of missiles that we have got. April 2025 test hit about 800 kilometer target. So look at what they've been able to achieve. In the multiple military drills that have been carried out in the last few months itself, they've been able to capture this. In fact, in November 2025, the test was to enhance the stealth feature. So that is the reason why even when you have an air defense system, perhaps not very sure as far as the Iron Dome is concerned, but the other air defense system may not be in a position to actually identify or intercept them. It carries both nuclear as well as conventional warheads. Now that's the payload that I'm essentially talking about. It's suited for strategic as well as tactical missions. Let's take you through the others. It can neutralize high value enemy targets because of the reach that it has. Earlier it was limited. Now it has been enhanced, so you're looking at a target as far as perhaps even Islamabad here. Effective against land and sea threats. These are some of the reasons why this becomes extremely crucial for the Indian Army. It strengthens India's credible minimum deterrence, the very fact that you have a missile of this nature. In fact, there are other countries who have expressed the desire to procure the BrahMos missile from India. It's the strategic impact that it has. Let's move on. Right now, it enables deep strikes inside the hostile territory, as I just pointed out, in terms of the range that it has. It has got a big boost right now with the change that has been brought in. Let's move on. Now, this is the last important strategic impact point that I'm also going to just show you right now as far as their technological and defense autonomy is concerned, because right now, large part of the manufacturing that we're talking about of this missile actually happens here in India itself. And that is the reason why, as you said, it's a greatly indigenous ammunition that has now been built by India. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll be back tomorrow with more exclusive stories, reports, and also our new segment that we've brought in, Know Your Arms and Ammunition.
Amity has partnered with the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university, to offer dual degrees in science and engineering. Students do 2 years at Amity and 2 years at Melbourne, earning 2 prestigious degrees with the benefit of saving cost and going abroad at a more mature age.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
When you want to fight a war, you must have the money to fight the war. Does the Pakistan economy have the money to fight this war? They don't have.
India is on high alert and we are all preparing for a big mock drill tomorrow across the country. From advanced surveillance technology on the Srinagar-Jammu highway to the deployment of high-tech command vehicles, our forces leaving nothing to chance. This is at a time when experts warn that Pakistan's terror game is backfiring. Its military preparedness is under question. Join us as we break down Pakistan's miscalculations, analyze its depleting ammunition stocks, and decode the strategic significance of India's Pinaka missile system. Is Pakistan's house of cards crumbling? We'll get you that and more here on Forces First with me, Niranjan. In a bid to bolster the counter-terror operations, the Jammu and Kashmir police are leveraging cutting-edge surveillance technology on the Srinagar-Jammu highway with advanced tools that can detect body heat in the darkness, fog, or through foliage. Security forces now better equipped to track suspects and stay one step ahead of potential threats. Let's take a closer look at the technology that's enhancing troop safety in high threat zones, especially in Jammu and Kashmir.
Highly advanced surveillance system can be seen here on the national highway. This is Srinagar, Jammu, a critical juncture of the highway, and the kind of advanced equipments that we see here. This is one of the images, and this image, this is thermal wall detector that my Vijay Mubashir is showing you. Detects movements or heat signatures behind walls or solid surfaces. Then we have the handheld thermal imager, detects body heat and displays thermal signatures even in the tool darkest. Helps locate hidden persons, used for night patrolling, parameter security and tracking movement in dense areas. Then this one, this is the optical fiber scope, a flexible camera. This is equipped to use to see into confined or hidden spaces, allow security personnel to detect or to inspect behind walls. It's a critical during hostage rescue or clearing suspicious hideouts. Helps confirm the presence of threats before entering into a particular space. These are such equipments that they will even reveal the minute details, minute items that a person tries to hide. These kind of equipments are usually used by Jammu and Kashmir police, those who are deployed on the critical junctures like the national highway, and it not only provides the information but it reveals even what is behind the camera, and not only in the daytime but also these equipments are quite helpful during the night, dark hours, providing a helping hand while dealing with the threats on ground.
In a strategic move to bolster the security on the highways, the police has also deployed its advanced command vehicles in Kazigund, a stretch that has faced serious terrorist threats. Now, this high-tech armored unit is designed for counter-terror operations and rapid response, equipped with state-of-the-art features to ensure swift and safe deployment of personnel. Here's a report filed by my colleague Zinat.
I'm reporting from command vehicle of Jammu and Kashmir police, and this is an armed fortress on the wheels and highly equipped with the advanced technology. As my VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals from this very vehicle that plays a critical role in the high-risk operations across the Kashmir Valley. This vehicle is built to withstand bullets and grenade attacks, keeping our frontier personnel safe during the counter-terror ops and raids in volatile Kashmir Valley. Equipped with firing ports, a top hatch for armed retaliation, and advanced surveillance tools like night vision and GPS tracking. This is more than just transport. It's a mobile command post. Right now it's on the patrol duty in a sensitive locations like Srinagar Jammu National Highway, and this is a Kazigund, which is a critical juncture, ready to respond within minutes to any potential threat. As there is an escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan, we see these vehicles on the standby mode, and in fact the visuals that we beam also tells you how the surveillance is being done while being inside the vehicle. This is one of the such visuals where you see the monitoring is being done, the kind of equipments that it has, from fixed bullet cameras, PTZ cameras, to pneumatic mast, and similarly a thorough walled radar, the remotely piloted vehicle. All this is inside this vehicle. This is more like a bulletproof vehicle, which is this vehicle, this fortress is on the wheels, that tells you that how the operations are done and also how you carry the patrol duties, because the kind of outside view it also gives you then because of the highly equipped equipments that it had tells about the operations stories of Jammu and Kashmir police.
In this section, retired Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, a seasoned Indian Air Force veteran, delves into the mounting crisis within Pakistan's military and political structure. Drawing powerful parallels with the collapse of the Soviet Union, he examines the internal fault lines, Balochistan, Sindh, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Punjab, that threaten to fragment Pakistan under the weight of its own economic collapse and military overreach. Pakistan, he says, could head into a four-way split.
As per my analysis, Pakistan's architecture is very weak. I just mentioned to you, the Balochistan, Sindhis, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa are already on a point of, at the level of disenchantment. They want to get rid of this Punjabi-centric military, which is oppressive in nature, which is unified, where all generals have become traders. They trade in so many things. And plus, you'll notice one pattern. After retirement, have you seen where are the generals? They don't stay in their own country. Musharraf went to Dubai. The last one is in UK. It happens that way. That means they do not find place in their own country to live after retirement. It's a tipping point. It's a tipping point, Pranav, for our country. If we just provide soft support along with the kinetic action, the goal of this initiative should be to bring all the four pieces apart. The four pieces: Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, Sindh and Punjab. What I'm trying to say, our operations must aim that after this, you don't have a Pakistan, you have 4 parts. And that is the only solution to bring peace and we getting rid of the kind of terrorism we are facing. Because as long as military remains in charge, just to extend General Munir's period in the country or extend his assignment, he creates a problem. It happened with Musharraf. It happens with all of them. The military being charged of the whole thing and political authority being subsumed by them is not the way for a country. A country should have a civilian government. And I think even Pakistanis, Balochis, or Sindhis, or Punjabis, or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pashtuns, they deserve this. It is their true fight, and they must get rid of this military, which is self-centric and doesn't look after its own people.
An individual moving suspiciously in the Baisaran meadows of Pahalgam was nabbed by security forces during a combing operation. The suspect, identified as Ahmad Bilal, was wearing a bulletproof jacket at the time of his capture. The suspect didn't give clear, cogent answers when grilled by our forces and was taken into custody. Ex-servicemen in the valley have written to the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha offering to extend all assistance in ensuring security in the rural areas amid escalating border tensions with Pakistan. The Jammu and Kashmir Ex-Services League has extended full support to forces, civil administration in tackling any potential escalation of tensions in the region. In line with the directive by the MHA, the Chandigarh administration will hold mock civil defence drills tomorrow to assess public preparedness in keeping themselves safe in the event of an air raid. As part of the scheduled back-to-back mock drills on Wednesday, all lights would be turned off as the siren goes off. A suspected terror associate was detained, booked by Poonch police, identified as Mohammad Qayyum. The suspected Overground worker or terror suspect is believed to have been in touch with the handlers of Pakistan-based terror groups. Mock civil defence drills will be held across 244 districts across India, which are home to vital and sensitive public installations such as nuclear plants and refineries. Now, these drills would focus on the safekeeping of sensitive assets, including military bases and hydroelectric dams, in the event of a hostile attack. And on Forces First now, Major General Rajan Kochhar weighs in on Pakistan's ammunition durability in the event of war with India. Let's dive into the analysis of Pakistan's military preparedness or lack thereof and the potential longevity of its ammunition supplies. Take a look.
At a situation where we know that war will happen any time, or probably India will definitely strike any time. Now in all this, there is a big question that when you war, you fight with ammunitions. Both the sides, they are definitely like piling up to their stocks. How long do you think will Pakistan's ammunitions last if India goes on a full-scale war?
A very good question, because most of us focus on operational art, how the infantry is going to fight, how the armored is going to fight, how the artillery is going to deploy resources. But the most important factor of any good army is the logistics.
Right.
So ammunition is one important part of war fighting capability. So every nation has a war wastage reserve.
War wastage reserve. Okay.
And we call it WWR.
Okay.
So this war wastage reserve is as part of the government policy. How many days of reserves you visualize to hold in case of a conflict.
Okay.
Our philosophy has been 30 days intense and 30 days
reserve.
Normal. So if you convert the normal into intense, the ratio is 1:3. So that implies that the Indian Army is capable of 40 days intense war.
Okay.
That is the capability of the Indian Army to fight for 40 days without looking back.
Okay.
Because you have those resources, ammunition.
Without calling for extra ammunition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, similarly, Pakistan Army has also a similar kind of a concept. But you'll be surprised to know that today the Pakistan Army has only 7 to 10 days of WWR.
Okay.
That means they have the ammunition for intense conflict for not more than 7 to 8 days.
Okay.
And that is why you are seeing all their envoys, Bilawal, Bhutto, everybody asking for international intervention to stop the war, because you see, bravado is one thing.
They know they will have to surrender.
Yes. General Munir is showing bravado today. He's showing, okay,
that posturing.
Take on, posturing.
Yeah. False posturing, you can say.
Absolutely. And that posturing has to be followed by the ground realities. The ground realities suggest that the Pakistan Army, in the worst case scenario also, can stretch it up to 10 days.
Okay.
Then what happens? Within the own nation, you must have the surge capacity.
Okay. Okay.
For example, you must have a defense ecosystem within the country for manufacturing of ammunition. Because as and when the ammunition is getting expanded,
per requirement,
you have the capability to manufacture it also.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in Pakistan, it is only the Pakistan ordnance factories which are manufacturing ammunition. They don't have private sector involved in manufacturing of ammunition.
Republic brings you the ground reality from the Sundarbani sector, one of the hotspots along the line of control that's been witnessing intense ceasefire violation by Pakistan. And for the last 11 days, Pakistan's unprovoked firing has targeted various areas in Jammu, including Akhnur, Poonch, Rajouri and Sundarbani. Take a closer look at the situation on the ground and the impact of Pakistan's endless ceasefire violation, especially on the local population here.
भारत के तरफ से कोई प्रोवोकेशन के बिना ही पाकिस्तान के तरफ से लगातार सीजफायर वायलेशन किया जा रहा है और जम्मू के जितने सारे सेक्टर है जो एलओसी के पास है वो सारे इलाका पे सीजफायर वायलेशन कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान। इस वक्त हम लोग है सुंदरबनी सेक्टर पे और यहाँ पे ये जो एरिया है इसके पीछे ही है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के दूसरी तरफ से पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लगातार सीजफायर वायलेशन किया जा रहा है और सिर्फ सुंदरबनी नहीं, सुंदरबनी के साथ साथ अखनूर या फिर पूंछ जैसे सेक्टर है जम्मू के एलओसी के बराबर, वो सारे सेक्टर में एलओसी के बराबर पाकिस्तान की तरफ से कोई प्रोवोकेशन के बिना ही सीजफायर वायलेशन किया जा रहा है और भारतीय सेना के तरफ से जो जवाब भी दिया जा रहा है पाकिस्तान को। और इस वक्त ये जो सुंदरबनी सेक्टर है ये सेक्टर काफ़ी दिनों से, पिछले कई दिनों से यहाँ पे सीजफायर वायलेशन को यहाँ पे हो रहा है और भारत की तरफ से भी सीजफायर वायलेशन के जो जवाब दिया जा रहा है। और ये जो इलाका है ये इलाका बहुत सारे पेड़ों में घिरा हुआ है और इसी के सहारे पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो मिलिटेंट्स है उन लोगों को इन्फिल्ट्रेशन करने की कोशिश पाकिस्तान करता है हर रोज़, लेकिन वीर भारतीय सेना के सामने ये कोशिश नाकाम हो जाता है। और इसी वजह ये पाकिस्तान जैसे एक टेररिस्ट हब वो लगातार सीजफायर वायलेशन कर रहा है जिसके अंदर ये सुंदरबनी जो सेक्टर है। India's defense capabilities are unmatched and the defense system in focus is the formidable Pinaka missile system. My colleague Shravan Sen decodes the strategic significance of India's advanced multi-barrel rocket launcher system. Here's what makes Pinaka a complete game changer.
The deserts of Pokhran. Just about a few days ago, Indian Army basically carried out a drill. Now, this military drill was extremely unique. The reason why I use the word unique is because it uses India's indigenously built Pinaka missile. It's a multi-barrel rocket launcher that has been used by the military. Interestingly, I'm given to understand that this same military drill will be exercised once again in the days to come. And this perhaps sends across a very strong message to those who have been saying that why are we really silent? Because this is a strategic silence as we understand. Now, the usage of a Pinaka, which is a multi-barrel rocket launcher, it's indigenously built, and the very fact that it's, as the word suggests, it is a convergence of our cultural heritage as well as our defense capabilities. And the fact that this is this entire multi-rocket launcher has unmatched firepower. What I'm going to essentially help you understand is the significance of the military drill itself and the usage of this multi-barrel rocket launcher. Let's begin by understanding what exactly is this missile about and why is it that the Indian Army is so very proud about. Now, the reason number one, it's devastating capabilities, which is basically underscored by its ability to launch a salvo of about 72 rockets. And think about it, in just 44 seconds, 72 rockets that can be launched. And let's talk about the strategic depth. How far can it actually reach? And that, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually going to shock you because it can deliver up to 7 tons of explosive across enemy targets, and that to about 60 kilometers away. Now, there are other variants of it, and if you take a look about the new variants that are essentially coming up, the distance can actually go up to 200 kilometers. Now, what does it mean? You are in a striking distance of some of Pakistan's big cities, and it is well within the range of the Indian Army. Now, as far as its deployment is concerned and how it has been used by the Indian Army, we are given to understand that there are multiple efforts that are essentially being used or being done to deploy it in forward areas. And it would be essentially done to ensure that it sends across the message that this is, after all, India's indigenous rocket artillery powerhouse. And the Pinaka, which has been designed in India and developed by the DRDO along with a handful of other Indian companies, it sends across the right message to our enemies, that striking distance, they are within a striking distance.
Civil defense personnel in Jaisalmer are gearing up for a crucial mock drill, testing their preparedness and response to emergency situations, with sirens blaring, equipment being checked, administration leaving nothing to chance to ensure that the city's security infrastructure is robust and ready to handle any eventuality. Here's a report filed by my colleague Vaibhav.
देश में ये आवाज आपको देश के हर एक कोने कोने तक गूंजती हुई नजर आएगी। दरअसल ये वो तमाम सायरन हैं जो कल देश भर के कोने कोने में जिनकी आवाजें आपको सुनने को मिल सकती हैं, क्योंकि कल मॉक ड्रिल होगी देश भर में सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर। और भारत और पाकिस्तान से इस वक्त की जो स्थितियां हैं, उन स्थितियों में कैसे देश के नागरिकों को सुरक्षित रखा जाए, उसके मद्देनजर अब मॉक ड्रिल की तैयारी पूरी हो चुकी है। आप देखिएगा, हम इस वक्त जैसलमेर में सिविल डिफेंस के ऑफिस में हैं और ये तमाम सायरन है जो एक बार बजाकर हमारे दर्शकों को सुनाइए ताकि वो भी ये समझ सके कि कल कैसी आवाजें उनको सुनने को मिलेंगी। तो ये सायरन की वो आवाज जो कल पूरे देश में आपको सुनने को मिलेगी, क्योंकि इस सायरन के जरिए आम जनता को अलर्ट पर रखा जाएगा और उन्हें ये बताया जाएगा कि अगर युद्ध जैसे हालात और हालात उनके इलाके में बिगड़ते हैं तो अपना बचाव कैसे करना है। एक बार आप इन तस्वीरों को देखिएगा, यहां पर वो तमाम सामान आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे जो आम जनजीवन को इन हालातों में बचाने के लिए काफी हैं। यहां पर आपको लंबी रस्सी नजर आ रही होगी, हेलमेट और लाइफ जैकेट समेत ये हॉर्न, और आप देखिएगा यहां पर ये ड्रोन के जरिए भी इन तमाम इलाकों में निगरानी रखी जाएगी कि कैसे देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा करनी है।
India's maritime diplomacy gets a big boost as Indian Ocean ship Sagar sailed to Malé, Strengthening maritime ties with the Maldives under the Sagar vision. Now, this mission embodies India's commitment to security and growth for all in the region, fostering cooperation and trust across the Indian Ocean region. We are leaving you with these visuals. This was Forces First. The debate with Arnab is coming up next. Thanks for watching.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है।
मतलब SIP चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।